Time now for another Newsmax News Minute. The gunman who killed 5 people, including an 8-year-old little boy, and injured 3 others in Cleveland, Texas Friday night is still armed and on the loose. The FBI has now joined the search for Francisco Oropeza, who allegedly shot his neighbors after they asked him to stop shooting his rifle in his yard while their baby was sleeping. The Massachusetts Air National Guardsman accused of leaking top-secret Pentagon documents still has his family in his corner. 21-year-old Jack Teixeira's family releasing a statement saying, quote, that his parents and large extended family are standing together in solidarity and support through this very difficult time. Teixeira is accused of posting top-secret government information on the social media site Discord. Singer Willie Nelson celebrated his 90th birthday last night at a star-studded event at the Hollywood Bowl. Guests included fellow artists such as Neil Young, Sheryl Crow, Tom Jones, and Snoop Doggy Dogg, as well as actors Ethan Hawke, Helen Mirren. I bet they didn't think I would know Snoop Dogg. Anyway, after singing Happy Birthday to Me, Nelson closed out the show with the 80s song Hard to Be Humble. And those are some of your headlines. For more breaking news, go to Newsmax.com.
Here's a truly amazing story, Lydia. A 7th grader, a 7th grader was literally saved a bus of nearly 66 of his fellow students this week. The video, it's incredible. Just take a look at this.
So you see it right there. The bus driver, this is in Warren, Michigan. He was reporting that he felt dizzy. So the bus driver says, I don't feel good. And then he jumps in, the middle schooler, Dylan Reeves. He jumps in the front of the bus. There were 66 kids on that bus. He stops the bus. Look at that. And you see the driver there slumped over.
Isn't that amazing? So think about this. A 6th grader, middle schooler, had a forethought not only to remain calm, but to take this type of action to hit the brakes and actually veer the bus over to a safe area on the side. And you can see he's also checking on all the other passengers. I mean, that to me is incredible. He is, without a doubt, someone we should be very proud of for his quick thinking. He's a hero.
I first saw this video on Newsmax's social media. So, yeah, you can follow us on social media for all you thousands of viewers out there. And I watched it over and over. And just the way, as soon as the bus driver said, I feel dizzy, he jumped into action. He put it, you know, in part, he pulled the car over, pulled the bus over, 66
It was
kids.
almost seamless. You could see, like, there was no panic. He was very calm. He was collected. He was in charge, in control. And he just commanded the scene. He's our hero.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, another hour of Wake Up America starts right now.
They don't care about freedom. They don't care about this country. They're systematically destroying it. Look at the real wages haven't increased for 2 straight years. They're destroying this country, and that's why President Trump is so determined. He's sharp as ever. He's more than ready to take on this task, which is to save America and defeat this sinister Marxism that's creeping in our country.
We do expect that encounters at our southern border will increase, as smugglers are seeking to take advantage of this change and already are hard at work spreading disinformation that the border will be open after that.
The Fox News audience is going click and moving over to Newsmax right now. Imagine if it were Tucker in that spot.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the second hour of Wake Up America Weekend. I'm Michael Grimm.
And I'm Lydia Serrani. It is Sunday, April 30th, and here are some of the stories we are following for you this morning.
Arming the IRS. The administration is looking to hire agents who carry weapons. Why do they need to be armed? And what will it mean for you?
Plus, a super PAC releasing a new ad encouraging a Ron DeSantis run at the White House. Is the Florida governor ready to officially toss his hat in the ring? And would it make any difference if he did? You really wonder about these PACs when they push certain candidates.
This is true. And we'll check in on the latest on the economy with our own John Tobacco. How worried should you be about the recent bank collapses? And what will it be for other financial security? But first,
The IRS, I mean, if it wasn't bad enough, I mean, I got hit pretty hard paying my taxes. I feel like they want to punish the middle class, right? They want to de-incentivize success. The IRS now looking to hire gun-toting special agents who can make arrests in all 50 states. So in addition to hiring 87,000 new agents, they want to arm them with long guns. This revealed in the latest employment ad, which is reportedly seeking another 1,200 additional armed IRS agents as a result of the $80 billion in increased funding from the Inflation Reduction Act. I don't even like calling it the Inflation Reduction Act because everything they keep doing is causing inflation to go up.
Right. One would think the more money you spend, the more inflation you have, but you know, you put the Inflation Reduction Act, you're going to fool probably more than half the people.
The Printing Money Act for my friends.
Joining us now to discuss is the president of Americans for Tax Reform, Grover Norquist. Grover, great to see you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, Grover, listen, you've been hard at work at this for decades now. Some of the major duties of these new agents are going to be, you know, including the willingness to do the following: carry a firearm, participate in arrests, execute search warrants, use firearms in life-threatening situations, and use force, including deadly force. Why does the IRS of all agencies need these types of mandates?
They don't need it. They want it. And it's just for intimidation. I mean, the Marines, when they advertise for Marines, they don't add and be ready to shoot people. And yet the IRS thought that was a good idea. They promised us, Biden and the Democrats said, oh, we're just going to hire people to make, you know, to answer phone calls, because up until recently, only 20% of the times people would call in would anybody pick up the phone. And if they did pick up the phone, they didn't particularly tell them anything helpful. They have decided to increase spending on the IRS by $80 billion without any reforms. Talking about guns, the Inspector General report on the IRS found that the IRS, with those guns they have, 4,600 guns, pistols, rifles, shotguns, 5 million rounds of ammunition. What 5 million people do they plan to shoot? 5 million. That's what they have now before the more money. What have they done with them? The Inspector General found that more than half of the time that a gun went off in the possession of an IRS agent, it was a mistake. It was an accident. These people don't know what they're doing. They're not doing the training that they say they're going to do. They won't tell you how many people were hurt or killed when those accidents happened. It's all redacted on the report.
Right.
They're not taking this seriously. They should not have sharp objects. They should not be increasing their spending along this line.
And you know, normally when you hear about somebody being arrested for tax evasion, usually the district attorney is involved or the FBI takes the case. I didn't even fully realize that they had arresting powers until this advertisement came out, and that they want to arm them with weapons. And the IRS Commissioner, Danny Werfel, made a shocking admission about the tax agency's size as it seeks to hire thousands of new agents. Take a listen.
With the addition of 87,000 additional personnel, the IRS will now be larger than the entire State Department, entire Border Patrol, the entire Pentagon, and the entire FBI, not individually, but combined. First of all, my first question is, do you accept that metric as a fact?
I'm going to be providing an update with the staffing numbers over the 10-year period, but I'm willing to accept the premise that the IRS will grow and be larger than those agencies.
Just absolutely incredible. We see what the agenda, the narrative here is. Grover, we have a minute left. What's your reaction to hearing that?
The Pentagon building that you've seen, the large one, has maybe 26,000 people in it. They want 3 times that many, more IRS agents, and some of them will have guns. There have been scandals in the past. We've hearings decades ago about busting into people's houses at 5 in the morning because some girlfriend or ex-employee decided to tell the IRS, oh, I know they're cheating, and people jump in with guns. They're not taking this seriously.
That's just amazing. You know, someone that has worked with multiple agencies, you just don't need that many IRS agents, number one. You certainly don't need that many to be armed. They can work with the local police if there's an arrest. They often work with the FBI. So none of this makes sense from people that have actually done this type of work before. Multiple agencies across the board. But Grover Norquist, thank you so very much for joining us.
They're just trying to scare us.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm not an expert.
And they're doing a good job.
I'm not an expert when it comes to the IRS or finances, nor do I pretend to be it. But if you want to generate more tax revenue, how about the illegals that are coming into the country and you actually make them pay the taxes instead of us having to foot the bill for everything? You know, they keep trying to punish those who are law-abiding. Grover Norquist, thank you so much. We're going to talk about this subject and so much more. Joining us now for more is Director of Senior Initiatives at the Freedom Works Foundation, Clara Del Villar, and host of Wise Guys, Johnny Tobacco. So I gotta, even when I say your name, I gotta say
Can't
Johnny
escape it,
Tobacco. You know, you gotta.
I feel so
embrace
stereotyped here. You know, I need a safe space.
Is she triggering you, John?
Yeah.
Have you been triggered?
You're assuming that I'm Italian. I need a safe space.
So I want you guys to take a look at this new ad promoting Governor DeSantis as president for 2024. Look.
Decline is a choice, and freedom is worth fighting for. We will stand firm in the faith. We will be courageous. Here I stand. I'm not backing down.
Tobacco.
I don't know. You know, these super PACs seem to be sparring it out. I find it highly amusing that Ron DeSantis has yet to announce that he's running for president. His legislature in Florida has now changed the law down there. They had this resign to run law where the governor would have to resign to run for president. They're switching that out. So it looks like they're setting the stage. But I was personally there when he came to Staten Island, New York. I was kind of, that's my hometown. I was kind of waiting to see. This is Trump country. This is MAGA land. Mike knows he was our congressman, okay?
Right.
And I went down there and there was a line of people. I said, boy, I'm surprised how many Trump people are out to be DeSantis. I started talking to them. I would say 80% of the people there say, no, I'm still with Trump. But I want to hear what he's got to say. And I went to see Vivek Ramaswamy the other night at the Met Republican Club. Packed house. Most of those people were saying, I'm still with Trump, but I want to hear what Vivek's got to say. So to me, I think when the general public realizes Tucker Carlson's gone from Fox, if you haven't heard that yet on Newsmax this week, that's clearing the way for Paul Ryan and Karl Rove and all the rhinos at Fox to make Ron DeSantis their boy. He's going to be their poster child. All those Fox, all those MAGA people are going to see he's with them, DeSantis. And the regular people in Staten Island, there was only about 150 people. If you said Trump was coming right now, he'll be there in an hour, there'd be 10,000 people in the street. So I just don't think he's there. I think he needs a little more time. I think he would be smart to take the guy that got him in there in the first place and say, eat a little humble pie and say, I'll be your VP. Let's do this.
That's an interesting thought to him. I don't see him as VP, but even if he just said, you know, I'm going to wait it out and be a great governor and support the administration under Trump to, you know, make things as strong as we can.
Real quick before we go to the next subject, billionaire John Catsimatidis, he actually made headlines because he said that Ron DeSantis doesn't even return phone calls. Did you hear about that? He doesn't even return phone calls. He said he even had a friend of his who sat next to dinner with Ron DeSantis for the entire dinner and didn't even speak to him. Whereas you got Trump, who is just so magnanimous. His personality is bigger than this entire studio. So I think that also is going to hamper Ron DeSantis' run for president. He needs to really kind of, you know, bring out his personality if he has one.
Yeah, Clara, I mean, I want to give you the word here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Ron DeSantis needs significant polishing up here. But I also think the more interesting Republicans in the race, the better for us. And I'll tell you why. I think 50% of Democrats are questioning Biden's run. So remember, these are people that are going to be looking to our team more than we realize today. I think 6 months from now, 8 months from now, you're going to have other people in the race, whether it's Tim Scott, Mike Pence, you know, Ron DeSantis. So what I'm saying is welcome the new players on the team, because I think it will strengthen our message and point us to victory in 2024.
We have a bench, you know, and when you look at the Republicans,
we have intelligence.
You know, you got DeSantis, you got Nikki Haley, you got Tim Scott, you got Ramaswamy. We have a bench.
Common sense.
But I still, as an old football coach, I still say we ran the play with Trump and it worked. So I run the play.
Democrats don't have a bench. You don't think Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, I'll take our bench first. Their bench.
I wanted to switch subjects real quickly to the southern border. Here's the United States Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, who, by the way, is the gift that keeps on giving, on the ending of Title 42. Take a listen.
After May 11th, our court-compelled use of Title 42 will end, and we will once again process all migrants under Title VIII of the United States Code. The return to processing migrants under Title VIII authorities will be swift and immediate.
So, Clara, I don't believe a word that comes out of Mayorkas' mouth. I mean, he has outright said that the border is closed. He has said that the Border Patrol, that us standing there saying we cannot control this border, that it's not out of control, it is not a crisis. Now he's saying it's going to be swift and deliberate. And does any of this make sense to you? Because I think we have the biggest crisis on our border in the history of the United States, not only because of illegal migrants, but also because of the fentanyl and the cartels that are human trafficking and everything else.
This agency has been a disgrace to the American public time and time again. This leader, so-called leader, has been incompetent. He's been called out. There's nothing that he said that has been translated into action. And the American people are paying the price today and in the future in ways that we don't know yet.
I love how the Biden administration is trying to say, oh, now that Title 42 goes away, which is a Trump-era policy. But he didn't invent it, but he put it in place because of the COVID and because of other health policies. That once that happens, now they're preparing for the influx. When we've been seeing migrants pouring into this country, you have Mayor Adams of New York City himself saying migrants are destroying the city. When you have a mayor of the greatest, was the greatest city in the country saying we can't handle this influx, they're destroying our city. It's costing $5 million a day. John Tabacco, what does this mean for the entire country?
Well, look, it was shocking for me to see Eric Adams actually start taking shots at his own party in Washington. But let me just say this. I literally thought we could never get a worse mayor than Bill de Blasio. And I kind of said that pretty explicitly. But I think Eric Adams is actually worse than Bill de Blasio. And when I see him doing this now, I think he's trying to get back on the good side of New Yorkers. But Eric Adams is an up-and-comer. I think he sees an opportunity there to take a few shots at Washington if he has aspirations to run for president. And here in New York, it's just unsustainable to think that we can keep paying for tens of thousands of people. And originally he said, we're a sanctuary city. Send us all your immigrants. Well, now he says, we can't take any more.
On that note, when he was campaigning for New York City mayor in 21, Eric Adams tweeted out that New York City will remain a sanctuary city under an Adams administration. But here's what he had to say just a week ago. I want to play this side because you just mentioned it.
You know, the city is being destroyed by the migrant crisis. And none of my folks came to Washington, D.C. to fight for the resources that's going to undermine every agency in our city.
I mean, he should fix that. Biden is destroying this. Biden caused this illegal migrant crisis.
You sure
I fixed it for you, Eric Adams.
It's incredible.
Don't they blame Trump on everything? It's Trump's fault, is it not?
Or it's don't believe. Are you going to believe me or your lying eyes? As you mentioned, Lydia, the photos over the last 2 years of people pouring across the border, the millions of numbers that are, I don't know what the count is now, 3, 4 million, and the lack of dignity in describing a process that is out of control. To me, it's a failure of epic proportions.
We're going to have to leave it there. I just want to thank you, Clara Del Var. And John Tabacco, thanks for coming on. We appreciate having both of you.
They said, bring me back for one more.
We're going to bring you one more time. But don't go anywhere. We have a lot to cover on Wake Up America Weekend, only on Newsmax. We'll be right back.
Whenever news breaks.
All right, let's break that segment down. The first thing they talked about was some armed IRS agents being hired, with 10,000 plus IRS agents being hired. Do we need 10,000 IRS agents hired for 790? Hold on, my camera's not working. Give me 1 second, everybody. There we go. So, like I was saying, do we need 10,000 IRS agents for 790 billionaires? Think about that. 790 billionaires. And that's what they're supposed to be going after, right? But you want to arm 10,000 IRS agents for 788, well, 790, we'll say, billionaires. I mean, come on. That's a lot of IRS agents just for 790 people, don't you think? Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. There we go. All right, back to Newsmax. We'll get to the border issue next.
Joining us for more to answer if the White House should be more concerned is senior fellow at the American First Policy Institute and Newsmax contributor Fred Fleitz. Good morning, Fred.
Well, we just heard from the FBI director last week that he sees an unparalleled increase in cyber threats to the U.S. We have fentanyl, secret Chinese police stations, China swooping into the Middle East to make deals at our expense with the Saudis. If Joe Biden is not worried about China, what is he worried about? It's just another sign that he's out to sea. He just doesn't know what he's doing as president.
You know, I think, Lydia, Fred is dead on in saying he's just a little out of touch.
A little. You know, President Trump, well before he became the president of the United States, he would say, China, China, China. We should be concerned about China. And remember, people would make fun of him and say, what's he got against them? But we're seeing it even from Secretary of State, former Secretary of State, I wish he was still the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, when he says our biggest threat right now is not Russia. He actually says it's China. And then this from NBC News, that the lack of communication between the U.S. and China is making a crisis more likely. How can the White House open lines of communication? And then on top of that, we have Xi Jinping, the president of China, acting like the peacemaker and calling up Zelensky. Fred Fleitz, how frightening is this that we have now China trying to emerge as this world leader and kind of saying, hey, you know what, United States, step back. I'm on the stage now.
Those are excellent points. Look, China is an existential threat to our security and freedom. It is not climate change. Joe Biden thinks the major threat to our security is climate change. This has led our adversaries to simply laugh at him. They don't take this seriously. They're not interested in his green initiatives. And when you talk about security and communications, China's ambassador to the United States could not get a meeting with Biden, the Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor, for almost 6 months before he returned to China and became the new foreign minister. So we dissed the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. for no reason, I guess because the administration was more worried about climate change. And, you know, maybe our relations were going to be in trouble because China is an adversary, but we made it worse because of the incompetence of Biden's foreign policy team and not even bothering to talk to their ambassador.
No, Fred, absolutely right. What this administration has done by its lack of leadership and ineptitude has created a vacuum that China is filling. It's just that simple. Even billionaire Ray Dalio was warning that the U.S. and China are on the brink of a war, and we don't have the ability to talk it out. Fred, how far do you think we actually are from a military conflict with China?
I'm very worried that China is looking at the possibility that the moment to strike Taiwan could be before Joe Biden leaves office, that they may never see a president this week and unaware of his surroundings and of global security threats. When something happens on the global stage, Biden looks like a deer in the headlights. He doesn't have an answer. That's why we almost never see press conferences with him. This is the first press conference we've seen him give where he talked about national security issues. And look what he said. He says he's not worried about China.
And you know what? Another thing people don't realize, the Chinese Communist Party, people there aren't allowed to buy land. Yet we allow the Chinese to come here, infiltrate our universities. They're allowed to buy miles and miles of farmland, even fertility clinics. I mean, they're in every single facet of our society.
And I'll tell you, as a former congressman, it appears that they're buying some of our goodwill among our Congress members as well.
Oh, my, yeah, that is really frightening. And then you have Trump saying, crooked Biden. Talk to me about the police stations, because we had police stations right here in New York City. Explain what was going on. And we had our leaders that didn't even know this was happening. They were spying. Can you explain, Fred Fleitz?
This was really an unprecedented violation of China's diplomatic relationship with the United States. Can you imagine what would happen if the United States put FBI offices throughout China to try to intimidate American citizens? And these police stations were also launching cyber attacks on Chinese citizens, Chinese dissidents in the United States, interfering with anti-Chinese protests. But what really makes this more appalling is that this came out in the news last September. And it's pretty clear the Biden administration knew about this for months. This didn't just happen. The reason action is being taken against these Chinese secret police stations is because of the Republican House. They're having hearings on the Chinese threat. They're raising the awareness of the American people, and they forced Joe Biden to act on something that his administration has known about for quite a while.
Well, I don't think it's any surprise. You talk about police stations. They also sent balloons to surveil our entire country. And for how many days we did nothing? 4 days or so?
Well, then Biden said he didn't know about it. Then he did know about it. I think we have 30 seconds left. Fred Fleitz, quick question. The Sudan, what's going on there? And then also we're seeing that in Iraq, there's a situation. On the world stage alone, the fact that we have Biden that seems so weak and feckless, how is that playing also into other hostilities that are happening in the world?
Well, quickly on Sudan, this is a real crisis that may have happened whether Biden was president or not. But the issue here is we need American leadership to weigh in with all the international parties who are supporting the two warring military factions. We can't get the U.S. to do that. The U.S. isn't talking to Russia. Excuse me. It's not talking to China. We can't get a resolution through the UN Security Council. So there's no international leadership. And there's a very fragile ceasefire in Sudan right now. But I don't think the situation is going to be resolved unless we have some strong leadership on the world stage. We just don't have it.
Fred Fleitz, thank you so much. Plenty more to come. You are watching Wake Up America only on Newsmax.
News breaks every
All right. Anybody here think that land is any good for this fucking country? There we go. All right, I think we got that set up now. So, Eric Adams complaining about the migrant situation in New York City. What do y'all think about that? Didn't he just, before he was running for mayor in New York City, didn't he say that, New York was still a sanctuary city, but now he's having problems with the migrants in New York City? Now, how does that make sense? I don't know. You guys tell me how that makes sense. In the meantime, look at Newsmax is about to come back. So, go grab your blackout coffee. Awesome way to wake up in the morning and watch Newsmax. Alright, now I'm drinking the 1776 blend. It's a dark roast, but it's smooth. It's not bitter like a normal dark roast. It's always bitter. I hate that bitter shit. 15% off using the Crazy Cowboy code down below. Check it out. In the little ticker right below you. You'll find it. Definitely worth it. Support the group that supports veterans, supports our views. See you in a little bit. No, it's not back yet. Alright, so right now we got Wake Up America Weekend, and that's on until, I think, 10 o'clock. Then we got Newsmax In Depth. That's on until 11, and then Greg Kelly this week is on until 12. You guys on Twitch, hit me up over here with a couple bitty bits. We got to get back to Newsmax scene a bit.
Hailing the deplatforming of conservative voices as a victory. Take a listen.
Deplatforming works, and it is important. And there you go.
You guys on Twitch.
There you go. Joining us now for the weekend debate, Dow Jones Market Watch columnist and New York Times best-selling author Ellis Hennigan, and commentary editor at the Washington Times, Kelly Sadler. Welcome to you both, and you can tell, of course, where I stand on this issue. The question, Ellis joining us now for the weekend debate, Dow Jones Market Watch columnist and New York Times best-selling author Ellis Hennigan, so strong in your convictions. Commentary editor at the Washington Times. The question Sadler, welcome to you both, and you can tell, of course, where I stand on this issue. We'll be celebrating the deplatforming. Joining us now for the weekend debate, Dow Jones Market Watch columnist and New York Times best-selling author Ellis Hennigan, so strong in your convictions. Commentary editor at the Washington Times. The question Sadler, welcome to you both, and you can tell, of course, where I stand on this issue. We'll be celebrating the deplatforming. Joining us now for the weekend debate, Dow Jones Market Watch
And that's a decision that Rupert Murdoch is making. And listen, he's making it at the decision that Rupert Murdoch is making. And listen, he's making it at
Alright guys, having a little issue with the sound. I'm trying to get that figured out here quick, but give me a couple minutes. In the meantime, go ahead and hit that like button. I need a couple likes. Let's try this again. I need a couple likes. Let's try this again. I need a couple likes. Let's try this again. Alright, we're back in a little commercial break at Newsmax. That's the only thing going on with Newsmax. They have too many commercials, I think, in the small blocks. Yeah, it keeps your attention, but like it kind of makes people's attention go away as well, right? So if they would have some longer segments, I think, yeah, I don't mind the personalities that are on there, to be honest with you. Like Greg Kelly coming up, he used to be on Fox, you know, and then there's a lot of people that are leaving Fox to go to places like Newsmax, AON, Real American News. I think I'm going to stream that later, because not a lot of people see a Real American News, and I think, I really think that needs to get out a little bit more. I like real American news. So yeah, that's about it today, guys. I don't know the performance mode. There we go. When that screen comes back on, I'll flip it back over. But in the meantime, our country's headed to shit. And I don't know if you could stand there and like it the way it's going. I mean, let's all think about this for a minute. You got an economy that's just collapsing. You have banks going under. When was the last time you had banks going under? Give you a hint. It was under Barack Obama's presidency. Just saying. When was the last time you saw inflation this high? Yep. Barack Obama. That's not bad either. But I still like this 1776 blend. That was blueberry. I took a sip out of the black cup. That's good if you like the flavored coffees. If y'all get a chance, right down here, follow us on some Instagrams and some social medias. We're on YouTube at Crazy Cowboy. We're on Twitch, Crazy Cowboy. We're on Twitter at The Crazy Cowboy. Believe it or not, somebody took my Crazy Cowboy with a K on Twitch. I don't understand how that's possible. Also Instagram at The Crazy Cowboy. YouTube. And we have a website being set up. crazycowboy.com. Matter of fact, to go get your coffee, you can go ahead and go to crazycowboy.com/coffee. You can see that link right down there in the ticker in the bottom. Newsmax is still in a commercial, but we'll get right back to them when they get in. Anyone interested in talking about this transgender shit? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Here's what I can't fucking stand. I don't care if you want to identify as a fucking raccoon. Don't matter to me. Two things. Don't force me to call you the raccoon when I know you're a dude. And just because I don't accept it doesn't mean I wish you any harm. Now, one thing I do have another problem with is fucking with the kids. If they're under 18, leave them alone. That's it. Leave them alone. Kids don't need to be wondering if they're boys or girls. They need to worry about learning how to count, how to read, our histories. That's what they need to learn about. Not if they need to cut their pee-pee off without telling their mom and dad. Newsmax back on.
These are according to insiders, you know.
Comerica, Key Corp, you want to take a look at First Horizon, and many of the banks that failed have echoed this statement, so I don't want it to seem like I'm exaggerating. If you hear the CEO of your bank saying this, run down there and get your money, because they say it all the time. Our liquidity position is very strong, and our capital remains well above the regulatory threshold for other well-capitalized banks. And when they say that, you're in trouble. And many of the banks that
means
failed
if you have more than
echoed this statement. So I don't
$250,000
want
in the bank, you
to
should
seem like
actually
I'm
be splitting
exaggerating.
it so you can make
If you
sure
hear
that
the
it is insured
CEO
by
of
the
your
FDIC.
bank saying
whether
this,
it's in trouble
run down there
or
and
not,
get your money, because they
you
say
should
it all the
protect
time.
yourself and your family
Our
because you're only
liquidity position
protected
is very
up to
strong.
$250,000.
But John, let me ask you a very specific question
well
about that.
above the regulatory
If I go to say whatever bank, ABC, Corp, and I have
many of the banks that
means
failed,
if you have more than $250,000 in the bank, you should actually be splitting it so you can make sure that it is insured by the FDIC.
Whether it's in trouble or not, you should protect yourself and your family because you're only protected up to $250,000.
But John, let me ask you a very specific question about that. If I go to say whatever bank, ABC, Corp, and I have
many of the banks that failed,
to your point,
you should actually be splitting it so you can make sure that it is insured by the FDIC.
whether it's in trouble or not, you should protect yourself and your family because you're only protected up to $250,000. That's why it's so very single. To your point, whether it's in trouble or not, you should protect yourself and your family because you're only protected up to $250,000. That's why it's so very single.
Okay. I think I got it now. Let's see what happens. I think the sound is good now. Let's find out here. Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Okay, now we're getting it. Sorry, but things just had to be tweaked. The sound was getting all mumble jumbled from different audio sources, so I think we got it fixed. Once Newsmax comes back on, we'll figure it out. Yeah, sounds good right now. Okay, that's better. That's much better. have any notes in front of me, so telling you right now what I want to talk about, I don't know. It took me 15 minutes to figure this audio out, right? So let me get to the next segment here on Wake Up America Weekend. See what they got to talk about. Then we'll discuss it. Colorado signed 4 new anti-gun laws into effect, even though they know they're all unconstitutional. Can you believe that? They're just blatantly going against the Constitution. The good thing is, in Illinois, a federal judge went ahead and blocked a so-called assault weapons ban that Illinois tried to pass. Federal judge said, no, you can't do that. It's already been ruled on that your shit is unconstitutional. Now, I say all these unconstitutional fuckers need to go ahead, and if they know a law is unconstitutional, then they need to go ahead and remove those people who voted for that law. No state law will trump federal law. In the Brewer and Heller decisions, it's been realized that people, you, me, people, citizens, legal citizens of the United States of America have a right to have a firearm. Now we're back to Newsmax. We'll get back to this in a little bit.
Thanks for having me.
Great to have you here. Here's Biden on his age. Let's take a look.
I get that age is a completely reasonable issue. It's on everybody's mind. And everyone, by everyone I mean the New York Times. Headline: Biden's advanced age is a big issue. Trump's, however, is not. Sorry, that was a New York Times pitch spot. I apologize.
God, that's bad. Trump's age isn't an issue because Trump doesn't ask the Easter Bunny for directions and doesn't make these feckless decisions.
Listen, I'll be the first to say, when I, not that long ago, met President Trump on a golf course, you shake his hand, he's physically strong in every way, and then he's hitting the ball like a pro. So I'll give you the word here, Sean. What do you think of the Correspondents' Dinner and how the president was joking about his own age?
Well, I mean, when you look at how old Joe Biden actually is, and then you say, like, you know, age is just a number, right? So he's actually older than what his number suggests he is. When you have a president who, you know, can't find his way off of a stage, you know, these are instructions that are given to high school, like drama club kids, exit stage left, right? It's really not hard. And they seem to do it without a problem. When you have a president who, you know, calls out the names of deceased congresswomen, yeah, your age is a problem because it seems to be impacting your cognitive ability, your ability to perform and discharge your duties, right? So when we look at Joe Biden, whether it's waving into a field of people that aren't there, or he's calling out the names of dead congressmen, or making up names, or, you know, just getting lost on a general day-to-day basis, doing things that wouldn't be considered hard for anybody else to do. Yes, your age is a problem. And him highlighting the fact that the New York Times is bringing up the fact that his age is an issue is another issue. The 75% of the country, or Democrats, don't even want him to run again. You know, they don't want to see this guy again because, A, I mean, look at what happened, but B, he's an embarrassment. I mean, the guy's got to be led around like a dog. It's just it's tough to watch as someone who loves the country as much as I do, and so many people love this country as much as they do. To watch our leader and our president be this, you know, incapacitated on a day-to-day basis is just tragic.
Do you guys remember when Trump, he spoke after, I believe, he spoke to the West Point commencement speech? Remember that? And then he was going down that he was just kind of being careful as he was walking down the way.
Because it was very slippery.
It was super slippery. It was super steep. It was also super hot that day.
Right.
And there were all these calls about, oh, my God, is Trump fit to run for president? So that's also why Biden gets away with everything, because the media never calls him out. If Trump did just a tenth of what Biden does, all the gaffes and all the mistakes, the fact that he keeps his sunglasses on, it's, you know, it's just really ridiculous. But I got to give it to Biden. He was funny. One point yesterday, and then Sean, I want your response, but I want you to respond as if you were Donald Trump. But I want you to listen to this. Biden taking a little jab at former CNN host Don Lemon.
You say I'm ancient. I say I'm wise. You say I'm over the hill. Don Lemon would say that's a man in his prime.
All right, Trump, go.
Well, I would say Don Lemon says Sleepy Joe would say he's past his prime, and I would say that he's absolutely past his prime. But I have to say something. I think CNN did a horrible thing firing Don Lemon. I think we need to have mostly peaceful protests over that. I think we need to do that, okay?
I think that was outstanding. Maybe my favorite part of the show today. That was
You can
Sean,
prank people with that voice, by the way. Do you do that?
We do, and I have our website, CaptainDeplorable45.com. We do. I record people's voicemails and ringtones all the time. It's a lot of fun.
Well, I was going to say, I might have to ask Sean to put a message on my phone so when people call, they get President Trump. This is President Trump. Michael Grimm is very busy right now on my voicemail. Wouldn't that be great?
I just recorded a couple of those yesterday, and it's honestly hilarious. We get feedback all the time.
You can make so much money doing that. Real quick before we go, I want everybody to listen to this. Biden taking a shot at Tucker Carlson.
Well, the truth is, we really have a record to be proud of. Vaccinated the nation, transformed the economy, earned historic legislative victories and midterm results, but the job isn't finished. I mean, it is finished for Tucker Carlson. What are you wooing about like that? Like you think that's not reasonable? Give me a break.
Boo! Boo! That's right. Boo! It's not finished. Tucker's not done.
30 seconds, Sean. Just your last thoughts.
Yeah, Tucker's not done, and I think the fact that this is the White House Correspondents' Dinner, you had a lot of fake news, had a lot of pop culture people out there. Chrissy Teigen with her equity serpents behind her, carrying the dress. I said that looks real good. That's a nice symbol of we are for the people, right? For the little guy. I think anybody who considers themselves to be a media figure or anybody who participates in journalism should be upset with what happened with Tucker. But he's not done. He'll be back, and the truth will continue to get out.
Yeah, Chrissy Teigen also told that girl to kill herself on social media. The fact that she hasn't been canceled. If anybody should be canceled, it should be Chrissy Teigen. Sean Farish, thank you so much. We have a lot more to talk about right here on Wake Up America Weekend. But before we go, I want you to check this out. Deborah spotted Newsmax at the Meatball Room in Boca Raton, Florida. Who is that? Who's that on the screen? Is that me?
No.
No, who is it? I can't see. I got to put my... Oh, Chrissy Clark. Okay, because I'm like, I see brown hair. I see purple dress. Keep sending us your pictures by logging on to iSpottedNewsmax.com, and we'll show them on air. Welcome to our new viewers right here only on Newsmax.
For the land.
Yep. So Biden was at the Correspondents' Dinner. That's where the president comes to, roast people, and people get to roast the president. I mean, there's a lot of content there, right? So, he started talking about his age. Biden did. That's hot. That's good shit, though. I started talking about his age. Guy's what? 95, 102 years old. Then he said, well, Trump's age is comparable. Maybe in number of years they're comparable. But you, my friend, Mr. Potato, you can't find your way off a stage. You shake hands with people that aren't there. You fall up steps. You forgot how to ride a bike. There's no comparison between Trump's ability and your ability. Y'all made fun of Trump for months because he held onto a handrail to go down a flight of, or not even a flight of steps, it was a ramp, a metal ramp. This guy can't walk upstairs. He can't ride a bike without falling off. He shakes hands with people that aren't there. and he has nowhere to go. He needs little cheat sheets to call on his correspondents that he's going to call on for questioning. Your age is nowhere near comparable to Trump's, Mr. Biden. Former Vice President Biden. That's his new name. Former Vice President Biden. Because I cannot consider a man in that feeble a condition the leader, the strongest person of the free nations. My president. He's an embarrassment. So that's all that segment was about. It was very small, very quick. Who here thinks that President Biden is in better shape mentally and in better shape to lead this country than President Trump? Please tell me that anybody out there thinks that former Vice President Biden should be leading this country. I'll wait for you in the comments over there. Let me know. And there's what I was talking about earlier. Newsmax is kind of, how do you say, too commercially. I want to switch it over to Real American News, but I'm not there yet. We could. Yeah, not yet. Right now, Newsmax is doing good. I think Newsmax, after the Fox News debacle with Tucker Carlson, I think Newsmax is going to go up in the ratings. I know Fox has already lost viewers, which I don't know if I support or not. Tucker was one guy. You know, was he a big name celebrity? Newsmax is back on. See you in a bit.
Including an 8-year-old boy and injured 3 others in Cleveland, Texas Friday night is still armed and on the loose. The FBI has now joined the search for Francisco Oropeza, who allegedly shot his neighbors after they asked him to stop shooting his rifle in his yard while their baby was sleeping. The Massachusetts Air National Guardsman accused of leaking top-secret Pentagon documents still has his family in his corner. 21-year-old Jack Teixeira's family releasing a statement saying, quote, that his parents and large extended family are standing together in solidarity and support through this very difficult time. Teixeira is accused of posting top-secret government information on the social media site Discord. And singer Willie Nelson celebrated his 90th birthday last night at a star-studded event at the Hollywood Bowl. Guests included fellow artists such as Neil Young, Sheryl Crow, Tom Jones, and Snoop Doggy Dogg, as well as actors Ethan Hawke and Helen Mirren. After singing Happy Birthday to Me, Nelson closed out the show with the 80s song Hard to Be Humble. And those are just some of your headlines. For more breaking news, go to Newsmax.com.
At the end of a long day, don't you just want to treat yourself to a nice trip to the spa? Some people have a whale of a time, and now, according to researchers, it's spa time for whales.
What?
Researchers at Griffith University have found that humpback whales in Queensland, Australia, are using sandy, shallow bay areas to scratch their itches and get an exfoliating spa day. Whales are observed performing full and side rolls against the seafloor lined with sand and rubble. One researcher effectively saying the whales can use the scrubbing to keep their skin clear.
So here, Michael. I'm going to scrub you, Michael. I'm going to scrub you. I don't.
Are you saying I'm a whale?
It's not a sandy beach, but I'll scrub you down, Michael Grimm. Don't worry. We've got so much to talk about. Keep it right here. Another hour of Newsmax Wake Up America starts right now.
Nuclear attack by North Korea against the United States or its allies or partisans or partners is unacceptable and will result in the end of whatever regime were to take such an action.
I think Tucker's been terrific. He's been, especially over the last year or so, he's been terrific to me. Maybe he left because he wasn't being given his free reign. He wants free reign, maybe, but I was surprised by it.
So sorry to interrupt your workflow, Justice Alito. It's just a decision about whether or not millions of people with uteruses across the country can access the most commonly used method of abortion. But sorry for bothering you. The headline of his newly published interview in the Wall Street Journal is, "This made us targets of assassination," which is definitely some kind of headline.
She said women with uteruses, so that's number one, fail. And then she kind of makes fun of the fact that the justices were afraid of for their lives in an assassination attempt. Very flippant there. On MSNBC, you're not going to get that here on Newsmax. Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Wake Up America Weekend. I'm Lydia Serrani.
And I'm Michael Grimm. It's Sunday, April 30th. Here are some of the stories we're following for you this morning.
I don't know if you heard about this one, but if you're hundreds of thousands of viewers now tuning into Newsmax, Fox News, they dropped one of their biggest and brightest stars this week. We've got the fallout from Tucker Carlson's ouster and what this could mean for Fox's diminishing hold on viewers.
Plus, Biden's border blunders. As the end of Title 42 quickly approaches, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is assuring the American public our border will not be open. Is there any hope he can keep these borders secure?
Absolutely not. And speaking of jokes, our border, it's so sad what's going on.
It is
there.
sad.
It's not even. President Biden took to the stage at last night's White House Correspondents' Dinner, trying very hard to be funny. He was funny at one point. While some of his jokes may have hit a little too close to home for comfort for the commander-in-chief, but is the joke on us, Michael Grimm?
Very good point. It may very well be.
Well, we've got some more fallout from Fox's departure from their top-rated primetime host, Tucker Carlson. Their ratings hitting a major tanking. I think he was getting at 1.3 to 4 million viewers, and then with Brian Kilmeade, it went down to like 1.5. I think CNN or MSNBC beat them one night. CNN. Eric Bolling is about to beat them. Watch out. Thank you for watching now. Newsmax.
Keep in mind, he was the #1 host in all of cable television. So let's go right into that. Here to discuss, we're joined by Washington editor of The Spectator, Amber Aithley, and media strategist and host of What's Bugging Me podcast, Dennis Neal. Good morning to both of you.
We got that full screen up, and if you want to pull that full screen up about Tucker there, favorable. Tucker Carlson is more popular than Fox News. Favorable, 59%. Unfavorable, 30. I mean, he's more popular than Fox News.
No, the bottom line is if he was running for office against Fox News, he would, as of this poll, he would win. So, Dennis, we're going to jump in here. Let's get right into it. Former Fox anchor Megyn Kelly pointed out Fox's ratings nightmare, while Newsmax we're seeing a major spike, which I'm very happy about. I want to welcome all the new viewers for joining us. We appreciate you joining in. But let's take a listen to Megyn Kelly.
But what if Tucker actually went to 8 p.m. on Newsmax? Our friend Eric Bolling is there now, who we both love. But I'm just saying, what if he did move to 8 and let's say Eric moved to 9? Just this past week, during the 8 p.m. hour, Eric Bolling averaged 562,000 viewers. Last Tuesday, he averaged 122,000. So the Fox News audience is going click and moving over to Newsmax right now. Imagine if it were Tucker in that spot.
Yeah, imagine if it was Tucker in that spot.
So let me just point out, as a former network anchor, guys, if I may, all of the things showing up in that clip. First of all, you've got Megyn Kelly, who left Fox under, controversy and then kind of failed at NBC News. She knows what it's like to get fired. You've got Melissa Francis on the right. She's a friend of mine. That was the other blonde you saw on that scene. She was let go by Fox Business. You end up getting let go so fast, and it happens so fast. And then an incident like that suddenly gets viewers checking out new places. And with Tucker gone, my gosh, the popularity ratings. If I were running Fox News, I might want to get rid of a guy who's more popular than my entire company. I got to tell you. The question there is, will Newsmax hold on to these big gains it's getting? Because sometimes things revert to the mean. People go back unless they get something that keeps them there. And that's going to be determined by who's sitting in that seat. Now, Brian Kilmeade is such a good guy for Fox. He's a longtime veteran.
He's a company man, right?
A very, very common presence. He's very familiar. And that 50% ratings plunge, he's out of the running now. They're going to try a new, younger anchor.
Lawrence Jones.
He's 30 years old. I question whether a 30-year-old has the gravitas to have a show
Right.
like this.
Right. He's an investigative reporter normally, and I believe Sean Hannity was the first one to give him his start.
Ah.
And a friend of mine knows Lawrence Jones, and his politics are in the middle. So I think it's interesting that not only is he 30 years old, but that the next person they put in Tucker's place is somebody who is a self-professed independent and a moderate.
And he gets a week
So there's no
tryout,
question Fox
right?
News is going left.
Yeah.
And
And he gets a week tryout, and then they go to someone else, I believe. Yeah.
Next one is trans TikTok star Dylan Mulvaney. You heard it here first. No, I'm joking. It's a joke. Amber, I want you to take a look at this Rasmussen poll. Does Tucker take a look at this poll right here? We talked about this earlier. Can we also put up the other graphic, too, about the ratings, how we've seen them spike here at Newsmax? We're talking like huge gains. 8 p.m. hour, 261%. Total day, 113%. Prime time up 220%. Does this surprise you, Amber, that it's not just the 8 p.m. hour where we're seeing this huge rating spike? And Eric has always put on a fantastic show, but we're seeing it across the board. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't. Look, I think there are a lot of people who watched Fox News only for Tucker. And now that he's gone, they are taking their loyalties elsewhere. So I'm not surprised by that at all. And I think that a lot of people don't understand why it is that Tucker was so popular. Yes, he was a voice for the new right. He was sort of a kingmaker in the conservative movement. But his show was also really, really unique. He talked about a lot of stories that you don't get to hear on a normal cable news political-oriented program. He talked about UFOs. He talked about weird cow sacrifices. He would talk about interesting pop culture stories. He was always kind of mining the cultural zeitgeist for these undercovered stories. And so every time you tuned into his show on Fox, you knew that you were going to get something different than anything else you were watching on TV at the time.
She's right. And we do that. We try to do that here in Newsmax as well.
No, absolutely. I think Tucker had a very different perspective. He didn't always he was not a company man. We know that much. And he wasn't loyal to any party. He threw out things that I think really caused debate. And with 30 seconds left, we'll give us the last word to you, Dennis.
Well, everyone's wondering, where will Tucker land?
That's
now,
right.
Every other anchor who leaves, you can't get back on air right away. They pay you out, and they keep you off the air on purpose. They don't want that to happen. So Tucker, Elon, start a nightly 8 o'clock program on the Twitter platform. That's the next new network, unless, of course, he ends up coming here to Newsmax.
We shall see.
Well,
we should have a betting pool going on. Amber Athey, thank you so much for your insight. Dennis Neal, as always, we love having you here.
Thanks, guys.
Your podcast, What's Bugging Me, available on iTunes and Ricochet. Make sure you check it out. It's awesome, just like you're awesome. Thank you so much, Dennis Neal and Amber. On now to the ongoing chaos at our southern border as the end of Title 42 on May 11th quickly approaches, which means what we're seeing now at the border, it's actually going to get worse, if you can imagine that. And Secretary Mayorkas is assuring the American public our southern border will not open May 11th despite preparing for an influx of illegal migrants.
And I say this, every week that we're on together, I have to stop saying it can't get any worse, because every time I do, it does get worse. And I think, unfortunately, with the ending of Title 42, we are going to see the opposite of what Alejandro Mayorkas is telling the American people. But here to discuss is retired Senior Special Agent for Immigration and Naturalization Services, Michael Cutler, and Senior National Security Fellow from the Center for Immigration Studies, Todd Bensman. Gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us.
Michael, I'm going to go right to you. 600,000 gotaways. Can I just say that one more time? 600,000 gotaways alone. That's in 2022. So is Mayorkas telling us the truth about what's been happening on our southern border? And this is just insane. This what he's saying to the American people.
No, it's obviously a lie. Look, he was problematic when he ran Citizenship and Immigration Services for the Obama administration, approving visas for aliens who had potential links to terrorist groups, according to the FBI. There was an Inspector General report. And by the way, with all the focus on the southern border, we still have a northern border. In fact, President Biden met with Trudeau to figure out what to do with aliens who cross illegally across that northern border in both directions. And we still admit tens of millions of visitors through ports of entry. And I would love for the members of Congress to look at all of the means by which aliens gain entry into the United States, whether or not they're being vetted. I don't believe that they are. And, it only took 19 hijacker terrorists on 9/11 to carry out the terror attacks of 9/11. 19 terrorists. You know, I've investigated and arrested terrorists, and the 9/11 Commission made it crystal clear that first and foremost, 9/11 was only possible because of multiple failures of the immigration system. We're being warned that there could be terror attacks within 6 months. So I wrote an article for Front Page that they need to dust off the 9/11 Commission report and understand every vulnerability that this administration has created where terrorists are concerned.
And Michael, to your point, 80 people from the terror watch list were caught at the border, and that's just the ones that we know of. Todd, how dangerous? I mean, you know, people say, "Oh, stop saying ISIS is coming through the border," but we don't know who's coming through the border.
No,
we know that they caught a record
clue.
number of Chinese nationals
we have
coming
no
through the
clue
border.
who's coming through this border at any time, and when they do get here, we have no idea where they are after they cross the border.
We bring them in and we kind of just let them do their thing. Todd, how dangerous is this? It's a matter of national security at this point.
Well, first of all, I see your number 80 up there on the screen, but you should also add to that 98 on the terror watch list from just last year. So it's really closer to 180. And I just want to point out, you know, I was visiting a shelter in Tijuana just a few months ago that caters strictly to Muslim migrants. There are so many coming from Muslim majority countries that they have to have a shelter that caters to them in Tijuana, and I visited that shelter. I investigated that shelter. I interviewed the migrants in it. They are coming from all over the Middle East and South Asia and North Africa, and the point of it is to usher them into the United States through CBP One, the CBP One app. Afghanis, Somalis, Uzbekis. I met a whole lot of Chechens from the Russian Republic, the militant Russian Republic there. And I wrote the book, America's Covert Border War, which is all about what the United States does, these programs to vet the special interest aliens, they called SIAs, that are coming across in normal times. But when you have a mass migration like this, it is all off the rails. Those programs are not working.
In the words of
Nothing
Barack
is
Obama, an open border is simply not sustainable. Thank you so much, Michael and Todd, for being with us. We got a lot more to talk about coming up on Wake Up America Weekend right after this.
The former president.
All right, so the segment started off with a little clip from MSNBC when that Dobbs decision leaked from the Supreme Court. Now, Justice Alito came out and said, hey, you know, leaking that shit targeted us, the Supreme Court justices, for assassination, which is true. I mean, they caught some Yahoo flip-flopper over there that had a gun. He was going to kill Kavanaugh, you know. But they still haven't found out who leaked that document, right? Like, why? Why have you not found out? I'm sure they know. They just don't want to say it because they know shit's going to hit the fan when they find out that there was some idiot that we knew. What's her name? Sotomayor, Keegan. One of those two probably leaked the damn thing. But they won't bring that guy out. But God, that guy in the National Guard there, that Texera kid, was he 21 years old with a top secret clearance, leaking these documents, and they throw him right in jail. Even though these documents are things that we should know anyway, you know, like about where our money's going in Ukraine, hundreds of billions of dollars. Don't you think we need to know about that shit? They lock up, or what do they say? Not lock up, but excommunicate Julian Assange and Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden came out with the biggest leaks of all, letting us know how our government is spying on us. You know? But not the Supreme Court leaker, though. They won't bring that knucklehead out, right? The other thing they were talking about was Tucker. Tucker just is beating up on Fox News in ratings and shit, you know? For example, Fox News lost a lot of viewers at the 8 o'clock spot. And the only reason I know that is because it went from 3.3 million to 1.4 million. Some of those viewers went over to Newsmax here that you're watching now. Eric Bowling, he's at the 8 o'clock spot on Newsmax. He went from 140,000 users or viewers to over 500,000 viewers on Newsmax the first week, the first day that Tucker done left. So Newsmax ratings are doubling, tripling, on average, we'll say doubling throughout the whole day when Tucker leaves. It's crazy. The other thing they were talking about was Title 42. Title 42 is set to expire on May 11th. Mayorkas said the border will not open up. Hasn't it already? I mean, you have just last year 600,000 gotaways. 600,000 gotaways. So far this year, 80 terrorists have been caught. We don't know about the gotaways. They've been caught at the border. Newsmax is back on. Here we go.
Yeah, no, don't give him to him. I'll put him in a safe place. He don't know where to keep him.
You know, I got to tell you, he is funny.
I wonder if anybody yelled at him, where's Hunter? But you know what? The joke's on us.
You know, listen, at least it's the first time I've seen the president, you know, joking like at that level, and he wasn't just asking directions or looking for 5-year-olds to give him a cue. So, you know, the White House Correspondents' Dinner is always supposed to be a little bit fun. And joining us now for more is the Director of Senior Initiatives at the FreedomWorks Foundation, Clara Del Villar. Welcome. Good morning. It's great to have you.
Also here with us, we have Johnny Tobacco. Johnny Tobacco, host of Wise Guys, Newsmax host. Welcome, Johnny.
Good morning, guys.
Can I call you Johnny because it's in the morning, or
Lydia,
John?
you call me whatever you want.
I can call you whatever you want, Lydia. I could call you. Can I talk like John Tobacco?
I
call him the man, the myth, the legend.
Just call me every Sunday morning to be here. That's the main thing.
I'm going to talk like Johnny Tobacco this whole segment here.
Oh,
there we go.
Going there.
I'm going to jump in. Clara,
it's early in the morning, so it's extra husky, your voice there.
I'm going to give you the first shot at this. What did you think of the dinner and the joking and how it all went down?
You know, it's sad, actually, I think. You know, Biden continues on the frail trail here, and I think it's only going to continue to get worse. But he's able to laugh at himself, and again, as you mentioned, you know, we're the ones that are being the joke. The joke is on us. You know, really imagine this guy is going to be a presidential candidate in a year and a half if he looks this way now.
Right. The joke is on us. President Biden, he did make a funny joke. He said something like, some people think I'm too old to run for president. I guess Don Lemon would say I'm past my prime. I mean, Johnny, you see the way President Biden walks. You see the way he makes constant gaffes, constant mistakes. He asks the Easter Bunny for directions and where to go. He didn't know where he was 2 weeks ago. A 5-year-old had to correct him and say, you were in Ireland. What does this mean for us on the world stage to have a president that just looks so weak?
You know, over and over again, we're seeing that the United States, which used to project strength around the world, certainly in the Trump administration, is being laughed at more and more. So, you know, maybe the only thing he can do right is get a few laughs. But that's not what we're looking for, Lydia. We're not looking for China to think they can keep circling Taiwan and scaring the crap out of them. We're not looking for China to pick up the phone and call Zelensky and start acting like he's a peacemaker. What we're looking for is the rest of the world to be fearful, be on their heels, be worried about what's the United States going to do next. And the thing, I know in the morning we're a little lighter, a little looser, but to me, it is no laughing matter at all that Donald Trump's home was raided. They ripped every document. They said they went through Melania's underwear drawers and everything else. And Joe Biden, the current president of the United States, can get up there and actually laugh that he had confidential documents. It's not a joke. Right. And it actually minimizes it. Even it's the Correspondents' Dinner. We're supposed to have a few laughs. We're talking about confidential documents. Former president raided, this guy joking over, you know, a dinner in Washington. To me, it's horrible.
He didn't have the power to declassify those documents either, Biden, whereas Trump did. And it looks like he could possibly be indicted. I mean, that's according to a lot of legal experts that he could be indicted for this. That's true. For obstruction or God only knows what else. But they are going hard after Trump, and I couldn't agree with you more, John.
Let's take a look. Karine Jean-Pierre, when asked about Biden, if he was reelected, would he actually serve the full 8 years? And if he won that election, take a listen.
Does the president plan to serve all 8 years?
I'm just not going to get ahead of the president. That's something for him to decide. I'm just not going to get ahead of it. And there's a 2024 campaign. Anything related to that, I would refer you to that.
You know, Clara, I got to tell you, I was actually shocked the way she answered that. I was expecting her just to definitively say, well, of course. But I think at this point, everyone sees the cognitive decline. He'll be 86 years old. That's a big number. Are you a little surprised at how she just kind of, just kind of moved out of the way there?
I am not, because the polls continue to show that Democrats, the majority, do not want him to run. They understand his weaknesses. They understand the major decisions that the next term president needs to make. And I think there's going to be a subtle and continued disengagement that is going to be happening here. Something will happen. I don't know what. It'll happen slowly and then quickly.
And I think, unfortunately, Lydia, one of the problems is the decisions he's making now is going to lead to next, couple of years, whether it's the border, whether it's the way we deal with China, as John just said, all of these different things, the economy going down. He's screwing up this country to a point where we need a bold, strong president.
Absolutely. And if you can't trust somebody to drive their car, couldn't you trust them to lead the greatest nation in the world, right? Would you trust Biden behind the wheel of a car? And like you're saying, so I have a lot of family members in Europe, and they say to me, we don't want Donald Trump. We're scared of Donald Trump. We may not like him, but we're afraid of him. Right. Because when you were talking about somebody who projects strength, you don't know what they'll do. They're going to hold us or hold our feet to the fire. They know that they can play games with Biden.
Without question. And, Trump said recently, I loved when he said, they only have to think I'm 10% crazy. He said, because that little sliver makes them think, will he do it? And you see, 2 days ago, Sergei Lavrov from Russia came out, put out a statement kind of mocking the U.S. about Tucker's firing and say, aren't you guys in the U.S. the ones that are lecturing all of us about free speech and all this other stuff? This looks like censorship to me. And when I look at Karine Jean-Pierre up there, I wonder, so many times I hear her say, well, I'm going to have to refer you to the defense. I'm going to have to refer you to the Pentagon. I'm not going to weigh in. You're going to have to ask the president that. You're hired to be the press secretary. Whether you like it or not, whether you got to hold your nose, you say what you're supposed to say. And any one of us here at the table would stand by our man and say, you better believe he's going to be the president for 8 years. Next question. And instead, she kind of just fumbles it out there and leaves more doubt. And on the world stage, I'm wondering, is this guy even going to make it for 6 more years?
I don't think he'll make it for another 2 years.
There's no question he's gotten a pass by the media, since he was in office. Since the day he got elected, they'd be giving him a pass. But let's take a listen to CNN political contributor Van Jones on Kamala Harris's role in the 2024 election.
She is in such an unusual position. She's a woman. She's black. She's Asian. And she's running alongside the oldest person to ever do it. So she's essentially running for president. That's what she's doing. And I think people understand that.
Oh, God. She's running for president with that cackle. Can you imagine?
I'm going to keep the focus right now on the administration.
You did that good.
I think it's very telling that Susan Rice announced that she's leaving the administration. She was a very big power. She was a powerhouse in the administration. So the signs are there.
The fact that she left, where do you see her playing another role now? Do you see her playing another role?
I think she's leaving perhaps politics for good at this stage. But again, for such a strong team member to announce that she's leaving the administration now at this stage, kind of right in line with Biden's announcement for re-election, it tells me that there is trouble in the House.
We were talking before, John, you mentioned about Tucker Carlson. To me, what's frightening, okay, we're saying, hey, this is crazy. Why is he being canceled at the height of his career, 4 million viewers and everything like that. But the fact that we had congressional members, AOC, and other political leaders cheering the cancellation of a journalist, when I believe we should have more voices, not less. And meanwhile, you have, if you're going to talk about somebody who is spitting out dangerous rhetoric, you have Joy Reid of MSNBC, who's consistently stoking the flames of racism. What goes through your mind? Is this basically fascism when you have your own government trying to silence conservatives? Because if you remember, Chuck Schumer came out also, and so did Nancy Nancy Pelosi saying that we should be careful of conservatives and we should maybe cancel them. AOC said it like 2 days before he got fired.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it across the board, you know, two sets of justice, double standards everywhere. But, you know, a lot of people don't realize Tucker may not have been fired, right? You know, he may have went in there and said, hey, I'm not working under these conditions anymore. And they may still be in, you know, some kind of contractual negotiations. That's why you've only seen like 2 minutes of Tucker so far. And I fear this. Many people don't realize it. And to all you new viewers out there who are switching over from Fox, welcome, okay? And you keep it tuned here all day. But what you do need to know, just in case you're thinking about it, if you, I worked on Wall Street for 30 years. I spent a lot of time. I follow a lot of stocks. And if you go to stocks like Time Warner, Comcast, Fox, all these companies, CBS, you go to their institutional shareholders and you look at the top of the list and you'll see BlackRock, you'll see Vanguard, you'll see State Street, and these are the global elites. They own all the media companies. So when you say Fox decided that they're big shareholders said, hey, we can't give Tucker this big audience to bring on Trump and other people, and that's why they made this happen.
Yeah, I end my shows always talking about God, and somebody said to me, wow, I can't believe you're allowed to do that. And I said, well, here at Newsmax, we're allowed to tell the truth.
Wow. Clara, John, thank you so much. Got to leave it there. We'll be, you're watching Wake Up America Weekend only, as John just said, on Newsmax.
Another commercial break by Newsmax. I don't know what else to go on, but I'm going to tell y'all a little secret. Biden sucks. Listen. You tell me. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago under Trump? Even with the COVID, the Kung Flu, I mean, we had a much better nation than we do now. We weren't involved in any wars, any conflicts. No Ukraine. 2 Democrat governors signed laws aiming to help out-of-state minors get sex change surgeries and abortions. Think about that. Think about that for a minute. Listen. If you're under 18 and you got to go to the hospital and get some surgery, just any surgery, Christ, even get a cast on your arm, you need your parental guardian's signature. They need to okay that. But they don't need to okay anything that's going to be life-altering, life-changing, irreversible sex change. You don't need to get your parents' permission to get your pee-pee cut off. That's fucked up. Now, you can't tell me you don't agree with that. If you agree that it's okay for a minor to not be able to buy a pack of cigarettes, not be able to buy a beer, I mean, Christ, most of these states need to be 21 anyway to buy a pack of cigarettes. But isn't 18 the age of your legal adulthood? Like, now you're free to do what you want. They want to hold parents responsible for the wrongdoings of their children, but the parents aren't allowed to know about the doings of their children. Tell me how that makes sense. Anyone that votes for that, anyone that agrees with that, your citizenship should be revoked. You should be tried for treason. And once you're found guilty, because you better be found guilty, once you're found guilty of harming our nation's youth, you could A, go to Indiana and be shot by their firing squad, because that's now legal over there, which is awesome. Or you get a one-way ticket to any other country in the world and you renounce your U.S. citizenship. That right there would stop a lot of shit. Yeah, it would stop. Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would stop a lot of shit. You're absolutely right. So, Biden versus Trump. Is it going to happen in 2024? Tell me. What do you think? And if so, who wins and why? Who wins Biden-Trump 2024? Newsmax back on. See you in a bit.
Rudick and retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General, U.S. military rep to NATO and Newsmax contributor. Boy, there's a lot of titles there, General. General Blaine Holt, good to see you both.
Good to be with you both.
Hello.
Good morning. Kira, I'm going to start with you. We're over 14 months into this war, and I was there on the ground. I saw how devastating it was. What's the situation as of today in Ukraine?
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. Well, our main goal right now is to gather our forces to make sure that we receive all the weapons that were promised and prepare for the counteroffensive. This is the key goal because we understand that we cannot win this war with the negotiation. We only can win the war if we push Russia back. And this is what we are going to do. It's been 14 months. People are exhausted. However, we understand that this is our only chance. And this is why we are staying strong, we are staying together, and we are ready for the next push.
And now in Crimea, a Ukrainian drone struck a fuel depot. General, what do we know about that, and what does this mean?
Yeah, well, it's great to be with everyone. This is a really successful airstrike, and it's part of the preparations for the counteroffensive. So you're going to see a lot more hits like this to soften the Russians up, hit their logistics lines, knock out their supply chains. And then what we have to see, though, and Kira's already touched on it, is we've got to reconcile this difference of opinion between the West and what they've given in logistics and what General Zaluzny and his forces say that they have received. General Zaluzny says they have 66% of what they need. General Kavoli, Stakier, says that they've received 98%. But the Ukrainians can't do the counteroffensive without the things that they need to fight.
You know, let's just switch for a second. Kira, if I may ask you, some are saying that the United States should lead the diplomacy in Ukraine. I, for one, believe we should as well, and not China, specifically not China. Do you agree with that?
I agree with the point that there is no diplomatic solution to this war. We have seen it in the past that all the negotiations with Russia end up with Russia breaking the deal. So I totally agree that China should not play a major part. What is happening right now is Xi is just helping Putin to win some time, to drag this war into the war of attrition. And recently, Putin welcomed the call between President Zelensky and Xi. So it's definitely bad for us. And right now, we need to make sure that we exhausted all the military options before we can even start thinking about negotiations. And the question will remain the same all in all. Who or what will make sure that Russia will keep their part of the deal? Right now, there is no an organization and not a leader in the whole world who will make sure that Putin will never attack us again. And this is what we are fighting for.
General, we have about a minute left. President Trump said that he could end this war. What did he say? In with one phone call. We have President Xi calling, Zelensky. So do you also think that diplomacy is completely off the table here?
Well, I never think that diplomacy is off the table. But what I do think is that President Xi's overtures were not honest. They didn't have any integrity. What he's attempting to do is to bifurcate or destroy the unity amongst politicians in Ukraine itself, so that they're arguing back and forth. But I don't think that he's going to be successful with any of that. But he wouldn't be able to do that if the State Department and our diplomats would take a leadership role in encouraging open-ended discussions about where we're at in this war and how we get to an off-ramp. What I can say is it does not appear that the logistics are in place for an infinite war. So we have to see how this is going to play out, but it's very dangerous.
And very quickly, 30 seconds, Kira, we know that you're preparing for this large counteroffensive. Where do we currently stand on that?
We are waiting for the weather to stabilize, and we are waiting for all the weapons from our allies to be received. This is the key point. We would not start counteroffensive if we are not ready, and we are getting there.
Thank you so much, Kira Rudick and General Blaine Holtz. Plenty more to come right here on Wake Up America Weekend. We'll be right back.
This country was.
So that was all about Ukraine, and I don't know how I feel about this Ukraine war. The only reason I'm saying that is, I mean, do we need that port? Do we need that port in the Black Sea? Yeah, we need it open. But I know one thing. It was open under President Trump. And I also know that it's not open now, right? So my point is this. Why are we sending all this money over to Ukraine? It's been 430 some days now that Russia invaded Ukraine. And to be honest with you, they're really not taking a lot of shit. They're taking back what they feel is theirs, what they're rightfully entitled to. And I'm not a Putin puppet. Let's put that disclaimer out there right now. I'm not a Putin puppet. But why is the United States funding this whole thing? Other nations tossed in $1 billion or $2 billion. We're over $100 billion. We could use that money here ourselves. And I don't know. I just don't think we should be spending our. Thank you for the sub there on YouTube. Thank you. I just don't think we need to be. Yeah, we're multi-streaming on 3 platforms right now. It would be 4, but we're a little banned on Facebook or on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. So you can head over to any one of them 3 and catch us here on the Right Side Podcast. We will be doing this little commentary bit for a while. Anyway, back to Ukraine. How many more billions of dollars do we need to send over to a country 4,000 miles away that is just as corrupt, probably the most corrupt nation in Eastern Europe, maybe all of Europe? And where's that money going? When you have a big amount of money like that, it's very easy to hide it in NGOs and slush funds, and there's no accountability. How do you think these politicians get so rich so quick? Come on, look at AOC's been in office for what, 5 years now, 6 years? 5? She started off, she couldn't afford a damn apartment in Washington, D.C., which is understandable. Me, personally, I'd have stayed in my office until I could have. But now she's worth over $2 million. Her salary is only $176,000 a year. So how'd she get all this money? Come on. She's getting kickbacks, her campaign finances. That's where this money in Ukraine's going. I got the hiccups. I need a drink of my blackout coffee. You can get that blackout coffee. crazycowboy.com/coffee. I'll take you to the Blackout Coffee website. We're in the little discount code coupon box at the end. You can enter code Cowboy for 15% off your first order. K-Cups, ground coffee, Newsmax is back on.
Celebrating the firing of Tucker Carlson from Fox News, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez even hailing the deplatforming of conservative voices as a victory. Take a listen.
Deplatforming works, and it is important. And there you go.
There you go. Joining us now for the weekend debate, Dow Jones Market Watch columnist and New York Times best-selling author Ellis Hennigan and commentary editor at the Washington Times, Kelly Sadler. Welcome to you both, and you could tell, of course, where I stand on this issue. The question, Ellis is nodding his head. I love Ellis that you come.
Bring it on.
I know, and I love it. I love it that you come on here and you're so strong in your convictions, and you always give such excellent commentary. The question this week, though, should political leaders be celebrating the deplatforming of journalists? Ellis, I'll have it to you first.
I mean, why not? Listen, it's a lot of opinions out there. Some people love Tucker, as you know, and some people hate him. And, he's in the business of causing controversy. So wouldn't you expect that when he would get fired that some people would boo and some people would cheer? This is just the world we live in. I don't understand what the issue is.
And Kelly?
Well, obviously, it's the powers that be that don't like the words that come out of his mouth, right? He was totally censored. It wasn't a business decision. Fox News lost, $1 billion in market share the day that they fired him. Newsmax has seen a rating surge because people want to hear a diversity of thought. And Tucker always challenged the official Washington establishment narrative. He was first to question the effectiveness of vaccines. He was the first to call out Blackstone and their ESG investments. He was the first to question our participation in the war in Ukraine. So he consistently always was anti-establishment, always asking questions that the mainstream news journalists refused to ask. And therefore, he was a threat to insiders in D.C., so it's no surprise that AOC is celebrating his deplatforming.
And you had Chuck Schumer, you had Nancy Pelosi. They wrote a letter about conservative channels. They were worried about it. AOC just, I think it was like 2 days before, she was saying we need to be careful. Ellis, do you really think that this doesn't have anything to do with policies? Because you don't really hear the GOP calling for the firing of Joy Reid, and no one is more divisive and throws more flamethrowers down than Joy Reid of MSNBC.
Actually, I hear lots of people talking about firing people on the left. That's just part of the stupid dialogue of. Listen, don't you guys like Fox News Channel is a private company, right? Owned by a really big corporation, very powerful people. They're in the business of making money. My analysis of it is that they decided he was more trouble than he was worth. Plus, by the way, let me give you all some advice. If you call your boss, and I'm not going to use the word right now, but it's a really bad word. If you called your boss, Lydia, that word, I bet you wouldn't have a show for too long.
That's true, but this was private text messages, and those text messages came out like a year ago. And so now all of a sudden they fire him. And then you have all these people on the left calling for his firing, and they do seem to be going more left. Don't you agree, Kelly?
They absolutely, they're absolutely going more toward the center. And that's a decision that Rupert Murdoch is making. And listen, he's making it at the detriment of his viewers. This week, there are so many people who called me that said that they turned on Newsmax for the first time because they do not want to watch Fox News because they see a political leaning with Fox News. Anyone who is for Donald Trump, who voices support of his policies, America First policies, seem to be canceled or deplatformed. You had Dan Bongino the week prior to Tucker Carlson's firing leave the network. You've had, Lou Dobbs. I wouldn't be surprised if Maria Bartiromo is next, or Judge Jeanine, or Jesse Waters. Everyone in that organization is scared for articulating their truth and their passions. And as news opinion people, we should not be afraid that what comes out of our mouth might be found offensive to somebody and then get fired for that if it's just speaking the truth to power.
Ellis, 30 seconds left. Do you think his pushing of Trump and him having him on had anything to do with him getting terminated? Because it does look like Fox News is pushing DeSantis.
Yes, absolutely.
The whole channel just spent 5 years pushing Trump. I mean, listen, you don't have a right to a television show, right? I mean, none of us ever get the rewards that we deserve. It's a tough business. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't.
But Tucker was the top-rated. He was the top-rated host. I mean, it wasn't. He had over 3 million viewers a night.
And they decided, I'm sure he'll get another job, but they decided he was more trouble than he was worth. And so, you know what? They fired him. That happens in the media all the time. Grow up and get used to it, guys.
It is a nasty.
I'm glad they did, because Newsmax is reaping the benefits.
There you guys.
There's always someone more extreme. That's true. There's always somewhere else you can go.
No, but
you provide us moderation, Ellis. You do.
And that's why we have you, Ellis, on, because we want to hear your point of view. We welcome all point of views here on Newsmax. And thank you guys. Kelly Sadler, Ellis Hanneken. Thank you guys. Plenty more still to come on Wake Up America Weekend. And don't forget to download the Newsmax app. Do what millions of people have already done and take us with you everywhere you go. We will be right back.
All right, back into another commercial here. And so I started off with AOC and her little goofy rant on TikTok, which I can't wait for that shit to get banned, because all that is mind jelly. That's all it is this meaningless mind fucking by the Chinese, and they're good at that. She comes out and talking about how deplatforming people works, and it's so great for the nation, and you know, it's awesome. But I'll let you on a little secret there, horseface. Tucker's not deplatformed. Not deplatformed at all. He put out a video, 2-minute video, during his time spot, his normal time spot, 8 o'clock on Fox. Just, you know, didn't criticize anybody really. Got 13 plus million views. 13 million. Just in that time. I'll let you on a little secret there, sweetheart. And she is cute. Tucker's not going anywhere. She's so cute. That's what I think. Is Fox News pushing for DeSantis over Trump? I mean, yeah, Fox News has been in Trump's bucket for about 5 years now. But are they going more for DeSantis now and trying to get away from Trump? That's going to be a good question. We'll have to see come if DeSantis... I'm sorry, got distracted there quick. But I just wonder if DeSantis does announce, yeah, he's going to get a boost in the polls. He's going to get a little boost. But right now, Biden, or not Biden, but Trump is ahead of DeSantis by 20, 30 points, 40 maybe some. I don't think he's going to get that big of a push. Do you? All I know is I want that to happen. Make America great again. I'm all in Trump's corner right now. Who are you guys for? Trump or DeSantis? Let me know in the comments over here. Over here. This side is the... No, over here is the comments. We need to make America great again. All right, we got to fix that. We will. Yeah, so AOC coming out and saying Tucker got deplatformed? No. He got fired off of Fox News. Tucker's going to come back stronger than ever. And you are still going to be irrelevant. Sorry. You're cute and all, but not going to happen there, sweet cheeks. All right, we're going to head back on over here to Newsmax in a minute. There it is.
Wake Up America weekend. Is the banking crisis failure over? Do you? I mean,
no.
It's pretty scary out there. You had all these people lose their life savings. You had Sharon Stone. Ooh, she was crying about it, all these millionaires.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, we're going to find out what the answer is. According to a lot of people, regulators are saying that there was a reason why SVB and Signature Bank failed. This is First Republic is now teetering on the brink. The FDIC now asking banks for final bids due today.
And joining us to discuss Newsmax's own host of The Wise Guys, the man, the myth, the legend, John Tobacco. John, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
I'm going to go right into this. First of all, I don't personally, when I looked at the information and I evaluated, I don't think Signature Bank actually failed. I think they did a preemptive strike there to try to make sure that they didn't fail. But, John, explain to us, what does it mean now that the FDIC is asking for First Republic bids?
Well, here's what's happened. You know, one of the things I love to do on Wise Guys is just kind of break it down in my Staten Island Italian style, make it simple. But what was happening there is that when banks start to fall, it's just like when a run on a bank starts. One person goes and gets their money, one person gets their money, then all of a sudden someone goes to the money and they say there's no more money. They call all their friends and everybody runs to the bank, right? And that's how SVB went down. And then Signature Bank is the next one. And what the government wants to do is a circuit breaker. What they do is say, okay, we're going to guarantee all those people's money, so no one actually lost money in those two banks.
They cried about it.
Because the government came in. But here's the scary part, America. One thing you got to do to prepare yourself is know this. You have FDIC insurance, okay? but it's only up to $250,000. So if you're blessed and you have more than $250,000 in your savings account, you got to split it up because you're only approved up to $250,000. Here's the bigger problem when we start talking about other banks. The FDIC has $250 billion in that emergency bailout fund to save depositors. Total U.S. deposits, $22 trillion.
Oh, boy.
So if banks start going, and when you talk about, taking bids for banks, what the FDIC and the Treasury does and the Fed, they go out to the bigger banks, the primary dealers, they call them, and say, please buy this bank. And this bank stinks, but we'll take the risk off their balance sheet, but we need you to run it. We need people to feel the safety that they're still open. And I just want to say this. I've been on Wall Street for 30 years. I talked to a lot of people. I was talking to a real banking expert friend of mine, Mikey G, and he was telling me that this is just the beginning, in his view. And you want to keep your eye on banks like Comerica, KeyCorp, and First Horizon. And
say those banks again so people know.
Comerica could be in danger. I'm not trying to scare anyone, but they're in the same realm of these regionals.
These are according to insiders,
Comerica, KeyCorp. You want to take a look at First Horizon. And many of the banks that failed have echoed this statement, so I don't want it to seem like I'm exaggerating. If you hear the CEO of your bank saying this, run down there and get your money, because they say it all the time. Our liquidity position is very strong, and our capital remains well above the regulatory threshold for other well-capitalized banks. And when they say that, you're in trouble, if you ask me.
That means if you have more than $250,000 in the bank, you should actually be splitting it so you can make sure that it is insured by the FDIC.
Whether it's in trouble or not,
correct,
you should protect yourself and your family because you're only protected up to $250,000.
But John, let me ask you a very specific question about that. If I go to, say, whatever bank, Bank ABC, and I have two accounts, Michael Grimm has $250,000 here and another account at $250,000. Am I not? Isn't it per customer? So you have to do it in different banks. I think it's per customer, or if you have an LLC, that would be different. If you have a business account, then that would be considered a separate entity. How does that work?
Well, it's undetermined if Michael Grimm is single. But if you're married, you can have an individual account for both you and your wife, and you can have a third account, which is a joint account. So you can split it up that way. To your point, Congressman, the smarter thing to do is find another bank. This way, you don't have to get into parsing which accounts. And if your bank's out of business, hopefully another one isn't. So that's also a great point, too. Just protect yourself. If you worked your whole life, worked your tail off to have $250,000, $500,000, just do one smart thing. And I like to give people simple tips like whack up your money in different accounts and then protect your family.
Whack up your money in different accounts. Johnny Tobacco, thank you so much for your insight. Always telling it like it is. Wise Guys, when's it on?
I begged last week for you guys to have me in studio. I was texting you while you were on air. Why aren't I in studio? And this week, you got me in.
We love having you in studio.
Thanks for coming in, John.
Wise Guys, Saturday night at 10. So nice we do it twice. Sundays replays again at 3. Don't miss it this week.
That was a perfect plug. This man is a pro. We'll be right back. You're watching Wake Up America Weekend only on Newsmax.
Newsmax.
I don't know what to tell you about this banking shit. All I know is one thing. That Silicon Valley Bank is a little sus. Here's why. It's a lot sus. You know, they had a problem. They went under, and they needed to be bought back. And then people were worried about, anybody that had more than $250,000 in their account. They were worried about getting their money out. Of course, per account holder, you're insured up to $250,000 in your bank. Now, those with those that are blessed to have more than $250,000 in your account, see, you kind of get screwed, right? But not during this deal. They gave everybody back all their money. Oh, yeah, that's a great gesture, right? No, it's really not. You just paid for that, right? That's coming out of your tax dollars, okay? Not only that, but why? Senator in New York. Now, this bank was in Silicon Valley, California, you know, all them goofy-ass people out there in California. Why does a senator from New York have millions of dollars in Silicon Valley Bank? Well, the same senator sits on the banking committee. So he knows he's getting his money back. So, senator puts millions of dollars in a bank. This bank invests in ESGs and clean energy, renewable energy projects, donates to organizations such as Act Blue, who in turn donate back to same senator. It's a big wash, okay? And now senator gets his money back. You don't see anything wrong with that? Senator puts money in a bank. Bank invests in bullshit technology. Goes under. Bank also gives money to Democratic-run PACs, who in turn give money back to senators. Senators don't lose any money. PACs get some money. The bank keeps its money. The only people losing money are you and me. You and me. We're the ones losing this money. Because we're the dummies that let them have it. No more bailouts. We're all done with bailouts. What say you? Back to Newsmax.
Santa's joke's ready. But Mickey Mouse beat the hell out of me, got there first.
You know, so I don't want to be too critical, but it's a serious point for me because the United States Marine Army, that young, teenager that enlisted and put on the uniform, willing to die for my country,
like you did. That's
wants to see, and I want to be clear about this, I want to see my president succeed, regardless of whether he's a Republican or Democrat, she's a Republican or a Democrat, doesn't mean anything to me. I just want them to succeed, and this man is past that point where he can succeed for himself or for our country.
The fact that they keep propping him up when we clearly see that his policies are not working. Forget about his mental acuity. We saw that a 5-year-old knew more than he did when he didn't know where he was, what country he was in last, and then the kid came out and was like, Ireland.
Right.
It's not good for us.
And he's trying to be funny,
for America.
But he's stumbling, he's fumbling.
Did you see his tie's not even straight? He's like,
right. So again, I think it's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking.
And for any Republican out there says, well, to make fun of the president.
We're not making fun of him.
He's still the president of the United States. I want him to succeed, but I don't see how he can at this stage of his life.
And if he can't succeed, we don't succeed.
That's exactly right. Americans lose.
Making a living to say what you think, and you can't even do that? Please.
Tucker Carlson breaks his silence. We don't know exactly why Fox cut him loose, but recent changes to the network may provide us with some clues. Also, we'll talk about Air National Guardsman Jack Teixeira back in court this week, what prosecutors are now alleging about the Pentagon leaks, and also why they claim the 21-year-old is still a national security risk. Also this.
Beautiful Hillary, but I'm going to retire the name Crooked so that we can use the name for Joe Biden, because he'll be known from now on as Crooked Joe Biden.
And President Trump gives President Biden a new nickname as President Biden's approval ratings hit an all-time low. And hello and welcome to In Depth. I'm John Bachman. Right now, there are numerous theories swirling around about why Fox News decided to cut Tucker Carlson loose. The fact is we don't know all of the details, but one thing we do know is that there have been other changes at Fox. A recent Forbes article talks about how in February of this year, the investment firm BlackRock had bought a bunch of Fox stock, their position increasing to 15%. Now, of course, that's not a majority, but it is enough to buy you a lot of influence inside the corporation. BlackRock, under CEO Larry Fink, is one of the largest asset managers in the world. It's also one of the leading advocates for this ESG investing, environmental, social, and governance. Those are what the letters stand for. It's also referred to by many people as quote-unquote woke capitalism. Now, they have about $10 billion of assets under management, and that money comes usually from public employee pension funds, endowments, foundations, and things like that. BlackRock also hit a bit of a rough patch recently. They've lost $1.7 trillion thanks to states like Iowa and Wyoming and North Dakota banning this ESG investing. That's part of the reason why. And there's also something that Tucker Carlson has noticed about this. He reported about it a lot.
Ghana has achieved a near-perfect ESG environmental impact score of 97.7. According to World Economic Research, Sri Lanka has an ESG score of 98.1. The Netherlands, 90.7. So the poorer you get, the more human suffering there is, the higher your ESG score. And that's important because companies will not invest unless you have a high ESG score.
It's true. Now, BlackRock ads have also been airing on Fox. Here's one from yesterday. What else does BlackRock invest in? Well, Pfizer is one of the vaccine manufacturers. Tucker also had less than favorable coverage of the vaccines.
Robert Kennedy knew early that the COVID vaccines were both ineffective and potentially dangerous, and he said so in public to the extent he was allowed. Science has since proven Robert F. Kennedy Jr. right, unequivocally right. But Kennedy was not rewarded for this. He was vilified. He was censored because he dared to criticize their advertisers. The news media called Bobby Kennedy a Nazi.
Now, of course, Tucker was also a threat to Democrats in power. A former BlackRock chairman, now works at the Biden State Department, also serving on the Foreign Affairs Policy Board. And to be clear, there is no exact proof directly tying BlackRock to Tucker's departure from Fox. But we talked about this in the recent stock purchase with Trish Regan, host of The Trish Regan Show. Great to see you, Trish.
Hey, great to see you, too. You know, I'm furiously texting some of my investor friends because I didn't realize that. What you just reported from the Forbes article, that BlackRock recently bought a 15% stake in Fox?
Yeah.
Because that actually...
What I don't understand, Trish,
I don't want to give, like, a lot of fuel to the conspiracy theorists out there, but let's be very clear. Okay, so BlackRock, and again, I'm trying to, I'd like to actually take a look myself and see all those numbers.
Before, I want to give you the time to do that, Trish, and we don't have to get into the specifics here, but one thing that we have seen, and this is based on the, the treasurers of states like Missouri and Louisiana, they see the risks associated with ESG investing on a more kind of general sense. We see the pushback when companies don't really understand their customer base with Bud Light, and I think that comes into play here. And I'm not saying there's a direct correlation between what BlackRock did and Tucker.
I think that's fair. I mean, if BlackRock just bought a 15% stake in Fox, then we really need to run that one down because, wow. But anyway, just so people know, it's called environmental social governance, and it's this kind of prism that they look at everything through, John. So before you say invest a pension fund in a company, you say, well, what is its ESG score? Now, the way you get a higher ESG score is by adhering to a set of principles put forward by Larry Fink and his team, which basically is a revolving door in and out of the Democrat Party. I mean, look at the guy who's running the National Economic Council right now, Brian Deese, who used to be head of ESG over at BlackRock. And so BlackRock's like the big kahuna, right? They control the most amount of money. It's the biggest asset management company out there, like nearly the size, well, half the size of GDP under its management. So they decide, okay, we're going to take your pension fund and we're going to put it in Exxon or not. Oh, maybe we're not going to put it in Exxon because, hey, we don't like oil companies and we don't want to promote oil companies. And hey, what about this company over here? Well, do they have enough diversity on their board? I mean, do they have a transgender? Do they have someone from the LGBTQ? I know I'm missing some of that, an acronym there, plus community. Do they have enough women? Do they have enough blah, 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 right? So they're looking at a company based on all these sort of external values that they, of course, value, social values, but they're not looking at a company in terms of the nuts and bolts, like how much money does it make, right? Historically, that's what you would do. You would look at a company, and granted,
it replaces the fiduciary responsibility that has kept our free market system of capitalism, you know, thriving for all these years. That's the real threat that we see from ESG. It's like rewriting history. They think this somehow replaces what we expect, a return on our investment. And I'm going to bring Bianca in here, too, because this ties directly into what we're seeing with some of these banks, including First Republic Bank. They have been somewhat interested in this type of investing as well, right?
Yeah, of course. And that's the thing. I mean, we do have those states, as you mentioned, John, who have said we will not do ESG. And, you know, First Republic Bank has now been making some headlines again, Trish, maybe teetering on the edge of a collapse. Unclear if the White House is going to step in, but more than 50% of its value was erased just this week. And the bank reveals depositors withdrew more than $100 billion last month. We saw Silicon Valley Bank. We saw Signature Bank. So what's the future for First Republic? And this administration clearly is not touching this subject at all. We've got the president holding cheat sheet cards.
Yeah, which really is a scary thought when you think about the freedom of the press. I got to tell you, I have never, ever, ever, and I'm sure you guys haven't either, ever given a president or anyone, for that matter, questions ahead of an interview. Give me a break. The idea that we've been reduced to that is very, very concerning for the First Amendment. In terms of First Republic, look, this is a company that understandably investors are very, very nervous about. More importantly, depositors are very, very nervous about. And given what we saw at Silicon Valley Bank, I think it made everybody a little bit more on edge. I mean, look, I can tell you in my own personal life, I'm like, okay, good, glad I don't have a regional bank. But it's disappointing, right? Because regional banks used to be kind of more connected. They've always been historically more connected to their customers, but there's a different set of rules for them. The intention was good, sort of the outcome not so good, and you didn't have the proper oversight going on at some of these banks. So they've got some trouble. We're seeing additional troubles there with First Republic, so people are pulling out their money. I would say this, like the Biden administration wants you all to know, right? Like they're going to be safe. Your money's safe. They're going to backstop this however they can with money we don't have.
They have that automatic ATM machine. Anytime they need it, they just go ahead and print some more money. Trish, great to see you. Thank you.
Great to see you, too.
All right, when we come back, Air National Guardsman Jack Teixeira in court this week, what prosecutors are now alleging, and why they claim the 21-year-old is still a national security threat. Welcome back to Newsmax in Depth. I'm John Bachman. This week, Jack Teixeira appeared in a Massachusetts federal courtroom. Prosecutors are highlighting the Air National Guardman's high school social media posts. They say they involve a lot of violence and murder discussions. They are also saying he remains a threat to national security and a flight risk. These new details were disclosed in court documents this week. The 21-year-old faces charges under the Espionage Act for leaking highly classified military documents. Prosecutors also allege in their filing that Teixeira tried to destroy evidence after news outlets began reporting about the document leak. Questions, though, remain about how and why he had such a high-level security clearance. The Air Force has also suspended 2 leaders of his unit, stripping them of their access to classified information. Teixeira has been in jail since his arrest earlier this month. The Justice Department argued during their detention hearing that he still poses that ongoing risk to America's national security and that he should remain in jail until his trial. The judge hearing the case said that he would rule on the request to be released pending a trial date when it's announced later. Now, we talked about all of this with senior contributor for American Greatness, Julie Kelly. Here she is. One of the things that my military sources seem to have an issue with when it comes to the Teixeira case is that the DOJ was brought in to investigate, which means there's going to be very little visibility that the American public is going to get into what actually happened here. That's very unusual for a situation like this. As you know, Julie, all of the branches of the military have very robust intelligence agencies. What do you make of the DOJ being brought into this case? And the way it went down, you know, you had the FBI SWAT team there. That's only reserved for certain people.
Well, look, as you know, John, and we've talked about for years, there is no accountability for this Department of Justice. They are totally rogue. They are very accustomed to getting their way in the D.C. District Court and any other court as well, too. So they can keep all these filings under seal. They can keep hearings in private, in closed session, and the American people are going to be stripped of their ability to find out the details about this case, how it was handled, how it was exposed, and whether what he revealed is actually truth, who his sources were. Of course, this is so sketchy, as is anything connected to the Biden regime, and especially this Department of Justice.
Let's move on and also talk about the Proud Boys trial. It's now in the hands of the jury. There have been so many questions about how FBI informants were used in this investigation, just like we had a lot of questions, Julie, and you always cover this so well, about the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping investigation. Real questions about FBI informants. We also have this strange case with the former musician Praz. He apparently was an FBI informant, too. Who isn't an FBI informant these days?
You know what, John? My favorite line of the entire now 4-month Proud Boys trial is Carmen Hernandez, who's public defender for one of the defendants, after another last-minute revelation about an FBI confidential human source or informant. She joked to the judge and said, "Judge, I want to put on the record, I am not now, nor have I ever been, a confidential human source." That's how pervasive and quite honestly, how insidiously this confidential human source program is used by the FBI. In this case alone, John, the government finally stipulated that they had at least 8 informants in the Proud Boys before, leading up to, and on January 6th. We know at least two that we know of were on the ground, especially at that first breach point. This is why the American people still have so many suspicions, justifiably so, about what sort of federal informants, agents, assets, and not just from the FBI, undercover and informants who were participating or provoked the events of January 6th.
And the reason why you raise such a good point about what will we see in these D.C. federal courtrooms if there are charges filed against President Trump? It does not appear, based on things that specifically that certain judges have said and stuff that you report on all the time, it does not appear like anyone can get a fair trial in that jurisdiction. Julie, I also want to talk to you, too, about Fox News. We saw Tucker Carlson from his home studio in Florida, familiar background for those of us who tune in. I know you were a regular guest on his show as well. Let's take a listen to something that Tucker said last night.
The undeniably big topics, the ones that will define our future, get virtually no discussion at all. War, civil liberties, emerging science, demographic change, corporate power, natural resources. When was the last time you heard a legitimate debate about any of those issues? It's been a long time. Debates like that are not permitted in American media. Both political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them, and they actively collude to shut down any conversation about it. Suddenly,
now, he's talking about TV, of course, but you are an exception to that rule, I think, when we talk about the broader media in general. I know you've been talking about this, too, on Twitter, Julie. What do you think is going on here?
Well, thank you for that, John. And I know all of us were so happy and relieved to see Tucker, to see that tweet at the exact same time that his show usually begins, because look, this is why Tucker is so unique and so loved. No one can do what he's doing. No one can withstand the heat that he has taken and then be seen laughing with his wife on a golf cart going out to dinner in Florida, and then say the things that he still has the courage to say. So he is right. I truly believe, and John, you and I have talked about this, you know, one reason I stay on the January 6th beat, even though people have advised me to move to other topics, it's not popular, it's not getting a lot of coverage, because this drives to exactly what Tucker was saying, especially with civil liberties. And when you tell the truth, the American people, most of them at the end of the day, are thirsty for truth. They want to know what's happening in our government. They want to know what's happening to the victims of our government. And so Tucker, unfortunately for now, we lost, you know, our biggest public platform to share what's happening with January 6th and other things with the Department of Justice. But, John, I suspect that won't be happening for long.
Yeah, well, we also have reports about Jack Smith, a special counsel looking in to Donald Trump, interested in the Abby Grossberg allegations and the lawsuit there. You know, I just don't know where this goes, Julie, but again, you know, you have been so brave about covering this stuff. Tucker was obviously brave, and you wonder if there's an appetite for it out there, and if where you can still get that information. You have shined a light on this stuff. It's something that's important that people need to talk more about. So always check out Julie's work on American greatness, and we're happy to have you here with us always, Julie. Thank you.
Well, John, you've helped me cover this as well, so thank you. Back to you.
Take care. Still ahead, President Biden's approval numbers hit an all-time low. We'll talk to former U.S. Ambassador to Germany, Rick Grinnell. We'll be right back.
They will give their life to protect the most powerful man in the world.
A card above. That way you guys on mobile can also click on it too. Now, if you're also new to the channel,
All right, so Newsmax is in a little break here, but we're going to go ahead and bullshit a little bit. I don't know what you want to bullshit about, but we're going to bullshit about something. All right? Right now, I'm trying to enhance the stream a little bit. Got my stream deck. Trying to get some sounds and everything being integrated into it. You're watching Newsmax in depth right now. And listen, wherever you're following, I don't care if it's Rumble, Twitch, YouTube, go ahead and hit that like button. Just give me a like. Let me know at least you're seeing this. At least you could hear me. And at least you know you like watching some news. I love the news. People who don't watch the news are kind of lost. And I would much rather be prepared and know what's going on in the world than not. Those that have no idea what's going on, probably in for a rude awakening. But back to Newsmax, here we go. Hit that like button.
Sitting at just 37%. 59% of Americans disapprove of the job he's doing. These are his lowest approval ratings so far of his presidency, and this poll was actually completed on the same day that President Biden announced he would be running for a second term. We also had another strange incident involving children at the White House this week. It was Take Your Child to Work Day on Thursday, one day after the president failed to hide his pre-prepared questions from the LA Times at that news conference. So they needed something perhaps a little bit easier for the commander-in-chief, and someone thought it might be a good idea for the president to take some questions from kids.
The last country I've traveled, I'm thinking what's the last one I was in. I've been to 89, I met with 89 heads of state so far. So I'm trying to think, where was the last place I was? It's hard to keep track. I mean, yeah, you're right, Ireland. That's where it was.
Yeah, the president forgot where he was just 2 weeks ago. When he was in Ireland, he was there with his sister and son Hunter. And who wasn't there with Hunter and Joe? Navy, Hunter's unwanted love child. In fact, Hunter's never even met his youngest kid. And President Biden either forgot about his 7th grandchild or he's just ignoring her again.
I have 6 grandchildren, and I'm crazy about them. And I speak to them every single day. Not a joke. Matter of fact, I just got finished going through the calls, and only one of them answered the phone. But at least I got to leave a message.
We spoke about this with the former U.S. ambassador to Germany, Rick Grinnell. I don't know what's worse here, the fact that the commander-in-chief doesn't know where he was 2 weeks ago, or that he refuses to acknowledge his 7th grandchild. Or we could also talk about the poll numbers, the lowest out of his entire presidency. I'm willing to bet, though, the only one the political team at the White House is really concerned about, Rick, are his poll numbers.
Yeah, look, these polling numbers are terrible. They're the lowest that we've seen. So Joe Biden is in trouble here, and it's really going to be difficult to tell the American people that things are normal. I know that that's what they do in Washington, and that's the whole narrative, is that everything is normal and we have a Supreme Court justice who doesn't know what a woman is, but this is all normal in Washington, D.C. What the rest of us have to do outside of D.C. is we have to start raising our voices and saying, Washington, D.C. is radical crazy. The world is watching this. The world is seeing it. I mean, here I live in Los Angeles, and in Los Angeles, everyone is talking about the Los Angeles Times literally giving the word-for-word question to the White House. Well, the Los Angeles Times and the White House is saying, oh, this is normal. It's not normal. It's only normal in Washington, D.C. So we can really run this whole election on return to common sense. And that's what Donald Trump does. He's constantly the guy on the outside that talks, you know, in common sense. And people respond to that. I think that Joe Biden cannot improve these numbers. I think it's over for him.
Yeah, the same people who tell us that the adults are in charge after Joe Biden gets elected are the ones telling us that the kids are the best people to ask questions of the president. So let's talk about President Trump in New Hampshire yesterday. He officially retired Crooked Hillary, and he says that name now belongs to Joe Biden. And unlike Joe Biden, President Trump's poll numbers have seen a rise recently, and some people are now saying the Democrats' primary might be more competitive than the GOP primary.
Look, I think if you watch that video from Robert Kennedy, he really hits it hard. He's an old school liberal. He's not a crazy radical. He rejects a lot of what's happening. And so I think you're going to see a lot of people who are old school liberals, maybe Bernie Sanders supporters, people who are consistently of the mindset that we've got to fight for the working class and we need common sense. We don't need, this kind of radical takeover. I think they're going to be looking at Robert Kennedy. Again, his video was compelling, and he's asking some good questions. I think that President Trump should take a look at Robert Kennedy's video. He's got some interesting points, and it would be something worthwhile to take a look at.
What do you mean by that? I mean, I know you and I were texting previously about the VP pick and what President Trump said with Greg Kelly, how it doesn't really matter. What is your take on all of that?
Well, I think President Trump is right. For him, it really doesn't matter. The vice president pick doesn't matter. He's going to be looking for a super staffer, somebody who is a loyalist, but that can manage big, complex problems. President Trump is somebody who actually gives people that he believes in the authority to go out and do their job, but then he holds them to account. He checks in and he asks you, how's it going? So I think that VP job is going to be someone who's a loyalist, like a super staffer. But now the vice president for somebody like Joe Biden is crucial, because we all know that he has to be scripted. He is bumbling. He can barely walk. We all know this. Only in Washington, D.C. and in newsrooms are they trying to tell us that all is fine.
Yeah.
We know all is not fine. We see it. Everyone who lives outside of Washington, D.C. is laughing at him.
Coming up, House GOP lawmakers passing a bill to raise the debt ceiling and include sweeping spending cuts over the next decade. But the bill isn't expected to pass the Senate or get the president's approval. We'll talk about what's next coming up.
Newsmax shoots it straight.
No talking.
Right. That's the point. Yep. Hey guys, we're here with Slim on the phone. We're gonna have a good little talk here.
Go ask one of them. They'll tell you what they're protesting.
Right.
Like, that's not the law being broke, the fact that you need to protect them. The law being broke is the one you should be out there arresting them for.
Yes.
And all that shit ends.
Yes.
All of that ends, dude. You arrest 10 of them wacky motherfuckers out front and the fucking protest end. Nobody's protesting no more.
Right.
I mean, unless it's a major issue, maybe somebody gets a group together.
Yeah, what should
These
happen?
little stragglers that are just coming along, you're like, no. Right in jail.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. I just don't understand how they can not arrest them. It's a blatant disregard.
It's a violation, yeah.
For a federal law. And the federal law enforcement agencies are not enforcing it. You're standing outside a Supreme Court justice's house protesting. That's illegal.
Yeah, where's she at? Virginia? She got to be in Virginia, right? I think they're all in Virginia.
Yeah, Virginia, Maryland. Some live in Georgetown. Yeah, in the Washington
area.
Yeah,
I think she's in Virginia. I'd be curious to know where she's at and what the fucking federal law is for citizen's arrest.
Huh.
Because I don't know if it's the same as the state law. Crime law. Every state is different. Like Texas is a, in defense of a third person's life, or fucking a crime of moral turpitude.
Right.
So it has to fit the definition of moral turpitude.
Right.
I don't know what on a federal charge, because that'd be some shit, dude.
Yeah, get a group of fucking people.
Shows up with a MAGA fucking flag and fucking does the citizen's arrest.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
That'd be fucking great, dude.
Yeah, why not?
That would be fucking hilarious.
And not just one, not just one person, a whole fucking bunch of them.
Down to Florida and get them fuckers down in Florida with the pickup trucks with the MAGA flags hanging out.
Yeah.
About 10 to 12 of them motherfuckers and just circle the block.
I don't think you gotta go that far. I really don't. I was watching that video. Remember when Trump went over to New York City to get his indictment taken care of?
Yes.
There were 2 people, and the rest were a bunch of fucking reporters. I was just watching the video again.
The original ones they showed, the original pictures they showed turned out to not even be real pictures. They were pictures from back when he fucking announced his presidential run.
Yep.
The protesters. It was the same picture.
Yeah. Ain't that some shit? I swear to God, they be making all types of fucking phony shit out there. I remember when
I'm telling you, dude, I've been screaming about the press for years. You're the only one that ever listened. People think I'm nuts.
When they were doing the hurricane coverage, you see this fucking CNN or MSNBC guy holding on for dear life, right? Wind blowing all over the place. Then you see a guy walking in the background just normally walking.
No problem, right?
Yeah, no problem.
Like they had the fans set up.
All right. I'd love to keep you on the phone with Slim, but
fucking blown air on him,
we're
looking
going to
like
go back
he's
to
fucking
Newsmax.
in a goddamn model
Unless you want me to
contest.
stay with Slim, let me know in the
Yeah,
chat.
I'm telling you, I'm screaming for
The White
years.
House is standing firm on its demand for an uncompromised debt ceiling increase. President Biden pledges to veto Republicans' proposal if it does reach his desk. Now, we talked about this with Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville. Here he is. What is so hard for Democrats about cutting the budget long term? This seems like a pretty common sense idea. Raise the debt ceiling to avoid this fiscal cliff, but we got to cut back on spending at some point.
Well, they don't want to cut. They'll never vote to cut anything. I've never seen anything like it. They love playing Santa Claus. They know that that's when they get their votes. And they're telling people, we're going to help you. We're going to write you a check and don't worry about doing anything about it. You know, a debt ceiling increase needs to be paired with a spending cut. And I hope that happens in the House. And I've read some of it. And it looks like they got that in there. You know, the president was happy to sign trillions of dollars of spending into law, you know, last few years. He should be happy to discuss spending reform. We have to do that. We can't afford to do this. This is a disaster waiting to happen. And I just hope that we come to realization that we're up here for the American people. We're not up here to get reelected. And if it costs you an election, go home and get you a job. A lot of these people up here, all they do is vote and get reelected.
Yeah, a lot of them have never had real jobs before. Never had to answer to a college with very, very, very high standards for winning like you have. Coach, let's talk about Elizabeth Warren. Yesterday, she is furious about your blocking of these 200 military promotions over the Pentagon's abortion strategy. Tell us about this.
Well, she's on Armed Services Committee, and I wanted to ask her, and will next time, when's the last time you voted for the military budget? She hates the military, but she's going to get involved in this fight because it supposedly involves abortion. You know, they've had an abortion policy in the military for decades, and this is not about abortion. This is about the White House legislating and writing up a new bill in terms of a policy to have more abortions at any time at the taxpayer's expense. We're going to go from 24 to 30 abortions a year in the military, which we had no problem. There's no complaints. But all of a sudden now we're going to go to an unlimited, taxpayer-funded, 3-week rehab for the mom, fly anywhere they want to have their abortion. And who's going to pay for it? The taxpayers. And 30 years ago, Joe Biden and the Democrats passed a bill that says no abortion. That started really in the VA, but now it's kind of creeping over, and they know that they want to do abortions any way they possibly can after the Dobbs decision. So this is just them fighting back. Yeah. It's ridiculous, but
it's really not, like you said, it's really not about the issue of abortion. It's about them leveraging this issue just to use it as a cudgel against Republicans. Also want to talk to you about what's going on the border. There's a very important hearing this afternoon. A whistleblower from Health and Human Services is going to talk about how the federal government is basically the middleman for a massive human trafficking operation. The youngest victims of this are being put into risky jobs. But somehow Karine Jean-Pierre is trying to turn the blame back on Republicans. Here she is blaming Republicans for the fentanyl crisis.
In the run-up to the 2022 election, House Republicans promised to put cops on the beat. Instead, they're fighting to put fentanyl on the street by defunding Border Patrol. Their proposal makes clear that
she can't even say that off the top. She has to read it off the statement. But how do you even respond to something like that?
You can't make this up. I mean, I don't know what she's doing this job. She needs to go get a real job too and learn what the real life's about, an American life. You know, they blame everything on Republicans, but these people have started it all. They have absolutely ruined our country in 2 years and a couple of months. And, you know, everybody says, well, we're going to hopefully vote this president out. I don't know whether we can make it another year and a half with these dumb decisions, with the spending money, with the border, with inflation, with all these reckless foreign policy decisions. It's absolutely amazing. We have zero leadership up here in Washington, D.C. It's a crime what's going on here.
Yeah, it is. And it gets worse every day. I also wanted to ask you about your efforts with the Protecting Women's Sports bill. You worked very hard on that. We recently heard from Leah Thomas, the trans swimmer, and she thinks anyone trying to protect the integrity of women's sports is a transphobe. Here she is.
They're using the guise of feminism to sort of push transphobic beliefs. And I think a lot of people in that camp sort of carry an implicit bias against trans people, but don't want to, I guess, fully manifest or speak that out. And so they try to just play it off as this sort of half support.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you respond to that one as well, Senator?
It's amazing to me. I spent 40 years in sports, and I don't care what you want to believe you are, or who you are, or what you want to do. This is a free country. But to compete, if you're a boy, we're born a boy, compete against girls, which is totally unfair, is absolutely insane. But the Biden administration is pushing this. They said, "Oh, we only got a few." If you do this, you got to remember, college athletics is a business, and the coaches are going to start recruiting trans athletes to participate in women's sports. That's going to eliminate women altogether. They are destroying Title IX. They ought to be embarrassed what they're doing. But again, it's all about getting votes and pushing a narrative that they think that the far left like. And of all the bills, this is going to backfire on the Biden administration.
And lastly, Senator, real quick, we have a clip we're going to play in a little bit of Chuck Schumer. He was on the floor of the Senate talking about Tucker Carlson, basically imploring Rupert Murdoch to silence Tucker Carlson. To some, it seems like this is Rupert Murdoch capitulating to Chuck Schumer and other people that wanted other conservative voices silenced. What's your read on it?
Well, for 15 years, I woke up to Fox News and they want to speak. Get out of the dang way. This is a free country. But Glenn Beck, everybody that they fired over there, this is a liberal family that's trying to make a name for themselves, and they have just cost themselves a lot of money. Folks, if you're on Fox, turn it off. Go to Newsmax. Go to one of the conservative stations. Get away from this mess, because it's absolutely a crime what this Murdoch family is doing.
Coach, thank you for your time. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Still ahead this hour and in depth, a transgender male showering with high school freshman girls, and now parents are fighting back. Plus, we're also following the latest escalations in the war in Ukraine. We'll go in depth with retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer and a member of the Benghazi Annex Security Team, Mark Geist.
Spills, splashes, boilovers, and burns.
All right, we're back on with Slim. I'm going to put him on speaker.
Then, it's over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. It's definitely over. They steal this election. The
Democrats are already complaining that Joe Biden moving South Carolina to the front of the line for the primaries.
Uh-huh.
Nobody else will run against them because they know they're going to lose South Carolina right off the bat. So why start from a position where you're down fucking, 12 points or whatever?
Right. Well, the thing is...
They think a lot of people aren't fucking trying to think about primarying him because of that fact. They're like, he rigged the fucking primary so that nobody will run against him. I'm like, well, damn.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Who the fuck are you to decide South Carolina gets to be the first? You're changing a what, 60-year tradition of doing the Iowa caucuses and then going to New Hampshire?
Yeah, 60 years, and then before that it was like a tradition for fucking another 100 years or something. And it still wasn't South Carolina.
Yep. Ain't that some shit? All because of
South
Clyburn.
Carolina they have nothing. Like, the only reason why they're relevant is the fact that they're South Carolina. People look at that as the true border between North and South.
Right.
Even though it's technically the Mason-Dixon line.
Which is between North and South.
Which is up in Maryland and Virginia area.
Yeah. Between Virginia and North Carolina, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot more than north than that. But people look at that because, south of the border's there between North and South Carolina and this and that. Other than that, you have no relevance. I don't remember you playing a major role. Maybe you did. I might be wrong. They might have played more of a major role than I thought they did in the Civil War. But I don't think they did. Maybe there was a couple of battles there.
Yeah.
Or maybe they used the port for something, but I don't remember a lot of fucking things about South Carolina.
Why isn't nobody... I just saw it on Newsmax, you know, the thing about Ireland, but nobody's really fucking pushing this shit. Like, you know, Biden couldn't remember he was in Ireland. You know, he had to have a little 10-year-old kid.
Because they're not going to do it, dude.
Right, and you got Hunter Biden going. First of all, did Hunter Biden pay his own way to go to Ireland? Or did we?
Probably not.
Or did we pay for that?
Not.
What, we paid for that?
Yeah, I'm sure taxpayers paid for it.
Yeah. All because he wants to get away from the fucking prosecutor in Arkansas, right? So he doesn't have to show his financials to the stripper he knocked up. Fucking Biden doesn't even acknowledge that grandkid. That's sick, dude. That is fucking sick.
Guess what?
No wonder his approval rating is the lowest ever. What?
Yeah, they're in fucking child support court, right?
Yeah.
Child support court judges have a lot longer list of things that they can do from the bench that they don't need lawyers to file motions to do. If that judge wants to call up the fucking clerk of the courts and at the federal fucking courthouse in Washington, wherever that information is about his finances or the IRS or anybody else, he can issue a court fucking order from the bench requesting that information.
So why doesn't he?
So, well, he will. They got little fucking things they got to go by. Like when Darlene passed and I was fighting with Nick in court all the time, and I finally looked at the lawyer, was like, "What the fuck already?" Like.
All right, Newsmax is back on. I'll bring it back on if Slim's still here.
You have to give them 3 different chances. After the third one, then they consider it fucking
to the eastern side of the Dnepro River. President Zelensky met with the military brass Tuesday to discuss the battlefield situation. Ukraine's intelligence chief said during an interview that Ukraine is seeing a landmark battle in its modern history. And it also says the country will, quote, reclaim significant areas previously held by the Russians. We went in depth on the Ukraine counteroffensive this week with retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer and also a member of the Benghazi Annex security team, Mark Geist. Let's start with Ukraine, gentlemen. Tuesday, former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, who chairs President Putin's Security Council, used the N-word. Medvedev warned that the world is likely on the verge of another world war and declared that Moscow wouldn't, quote, hesitate to use nuclear weapons if it faced an existential threat. Tony, we've heard this before from the Russians. Is Medvedev bluffing?
No, I don't believe he is. I think the Russians are in it to win it. They have decided to mobilize at a national level and commit themselves to victory or nothing. And so when you pair their policy and strategy with a weak leader in the form of Joe Biden, they have no fear, John. That's the issue. There is nothing to fear from Biden because every time Biden engages, he does something to undermine the effective policy of the United States. Basically, he's the single point of failure, and Medvedev knows that. So do I believe they'd use nuclear weapons? Yeah, but I don't think, I think they're betting they won't have to because they believe we'll cave if we're confronted.
Mark, we hear reports of the Ukrainian military moving on the eastern sides of the Dnepro River. They see this as an advance. Can the Ukrainian military retake a lot of this Russian-held territory?
You know, I think it's going to be difficult for them. You know, we got to look back in history. And if you just go back to World War II, the amount of people or the amount of Russians that died from the onset until they took a stand in the most defensive position they could, which was in the capital of Stalingrad. That's where they ended up holding it. But they lost over 10 million people, 10 million troops up to that point. They have the people to lose, and we've seen that. That's why their tactics are the way they are right now. They're going to draw them in if they're not careful, set up a defensive position where they can then counter assault and take back what they want. And as Lieutenant Colonel Schaefer said, I mean, you know, we have this. You can have the strongest military in the world or the best capabilities, but if you're predictable and you're not willing to use what assets you have, then you're ineffective as a combat force. And what we're seeing going on in Russia or in Ukraine right now is very predictable fighting from the Ukrainians as well as from the Russians. But the Russians have a long line of experience of fighting like this.
Tony, we also wanted to ask you guys about the situation in Sudan while we had you here.
Sure.
The U.S. Embassy was able to evacuate a lot of personnel, but there are reports that there are still 16,000 Americans trapped in Sudan, and there's no effort really by the Biden administration to try and get them out.
No, John, this is the problem with this administration. Look, we've invested heavily in trying to help Sudan. Since 2003, we had the Danforth Commission. We've done everything we can to help South Sudan become independent. They were initial signatories to the Abraham Accords. In 2 years, that's all gone. And the fact is the Biden administration saw this coming. They made the political choice to not use the most effective military in the world, with the most expensive military in the world, to be prepared to help civilians get out. They used SEAL Team 6 over the weekend to get folks out. We do all these planning for NEOs. I'm sure that people are aware we do that. But they saw this coming and did nothing. The message here is, if you are an American overseas doing hard work, trying to do things with other countries, if the Democrats are in charge, the chances are you're going to be left behind or not supported if something bad happens, and that's what we're seeing here right now.
Mark, and between the parties that are both involved in the Biden foreign policy team and the Obama foreign policy team, that's 5 U.S. embassies that have either fallen partially or completely fallen under the watch of these foreign policy people: Kabul, Kyiv, Belarus, Khartoum, and the list may go on.
Yeah, you're going to see it continue with the policies that they put forth. Lieutenant Colonel Schaefer hit the nail on the head. I mean, there's over 16,000 Americans, which this administration is calling them dual citizens. Whether they have dual citizenship or not in both, they are still Americans. And I think they're trying to downplay the sacrifice that they're going to do with these people. And we need to be aware of that. My nonprofit, Shadow Warriors Project, along with Project Dynamo, we have guys on the ground already trying to do exfil of American citizens and green card holders, as well as missionaries and Christians who are being abandoned in their churches over there. It's horrendous what's going to happen. You also look at the fact that they just took over, one of the groups just took over a biolab. Not sure what's there and whose it was, or why it's been there for that long in a country that's that unstable.
Well, the saying used to be, leave no man behind or leave no woman behind. We know your group is working on that. Mark, great information on that. Of course, we'll follow up with you. Keep us posted how the progress goes. Tony, great to see you as always.
Thanks, John.
Coming back, we're going to have a reaction to this disturbing story out of Wisconsin, a transgender male showering with school freshman girls, and how those parents are fighting back.
No blind rhetoric.
No talking.
We're back with Slim here.
That you run the league, and I want to start a league over here, and I look up to you, and blah blah. You'd send him some shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, a couple balls.
And that's just you.
Yep.
That nigger's worth billions.
Right.
No?
Yeah. What I'd like to do is send an email to Tucker saying, hey, let me help you out. I know you're going to be doing something,
Yeah, Tucker's email list is probably far, though. Like, the other day they had him on there, and they were talking Dana Perino and a bunch of the other girls. And I think Dana was saying she does her emails once a week, and she usually has like 8,000.
8,000 emails?
Yeah, to respond to.
Wow.
Like, she's got to look through 8,000 of them. She probably doesn't respond to every one.
Right.
But that's just her. So I imagine them people's email list of,
yeah.
I mean, just not even counting spam and fucking bullshit that comes through. I could imagine.
Yeah.
So it would have to be something from, like a corporate address or something.
Yes, yeah.
It couldn't be D. Brian McDermott at Yahoo or whatever,
Well, I got the website's email. I got that.
Something like that. Something like that business-wise.
Yeah.
And at least you might get them to fucking put it into the section that they're going to look at it.
Right. Yeah, I wonder if you would...
Yeah, I'm telling you, you'd be surprised. Fucking what's it going to take you, 20 minutes to type out an email one day when you're bored?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Fuck it, everybody else is lying and getting away with it.
I mean, Christ, I wouldn't even lie. I'd be like, look, I just want to try and get in and get some inside knowledge and, help you out at the same time. Like he did that with Bill O'Reilly. You know, he was under Bill O'Reilly for the longest time before he got his break.
Right.
Same thing with Lajo, Lawrence Jones.
Yeah.
Him and Jesse Waters.
That motherfucker was going off on the Portland mayor last night in person.
Portland, Maine or Portland, Washington?
No, the Portland, Oregon.
Oregon, yeah. What was he doing there?
Oh, the mayor was up there talking, you know, he played a bunch of people, like interviewing people about the mayor and the city and stuff.
Right.
And he's like, well, Mr. Mayor, that's your constituents, you know, what do you have to say? And he's like, no, Mr. Jones, that's some of my constituents. And I've seen the, you know, Fox News this and Fox News that, and, you know, it's like Bad Man Orange all over again, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Fucking shit. Well, you know, we're not having a problem with recruiting police for our force and
Really?
like all this bullshit just spinning every fucking thing.
How do they not have a problem when they don't have enough police officers to patrol their streets? That's a problem, right?
Yep. Yeah, I think it is.
But you don't have a problem.
Hey, get out of here. Shut up. Get out the fucking room. That fucking mouth.
Who, the dog?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Told his ass, get out of here. He fucking turned around and growled at me.
Uh-oh.
The fuck this motherfucker thinks he is.
He thinks he's the dog
He's
of the
gonna
house.
have come to Jesus moment, and Jesus ain't gonna be involved.
I can't believe that Leah Thomas out there talking about them women like that. And I don't.
Somebody needs to punch her in the face sometime.
Him. It's a him. It's a him.
Whatever. Him, her, whatever.
No.
At this point, I don't even give a shit about the fucking boy-girl ratio. They say it's fucking equal anyway. They say there ain't no fucking difference, so.
Yeah, right?
Fuck it. Boy-girl, either way, you get punched in the face. I don't want to hear nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a girl. You get a girl. Oh, really? There's a difference?
Yeah.
There's a difference. Because you've been saying that there's not as an excuse for fucking acting the way you're acting.
Right?
So now there's a difference. Now where is you?
Yeah. All right, well, go do your thing there. I'm on till 12 here.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'll give you a holler back.
This for a couple hours, and I gotta do. I'm doing 3 shows. This Wake Up America weekend, the Newsmax In Depth. That's what's on now, and then the Greg Kelly show comes on after that. So,
yeah, any of them shows that people can't get that they pulled off these cable channels.
Yep.
Yeah, people will tune in.
Yep.
I know when my Fox News goes out, first fucking place I go is YouTube or somewhere looking to see if somebody else is live streaming it.
Yep. I ain't even doing fucking Fox News. Fuck them.
No, I know, but I'm just saying as an example, people actually go to YouTube, you know, to look for those streams, so.
Trans student showers naked next to freshman girls. Ain't this fucking awesome? Ain't that fucking on your head over here?
This letter to the Board of Education letting them know, quote, the girls were caught off guard and shocked, closed their eyes and tried to hurry up and leave the showers as quickly as possible. Now, the girls at first did not report the incident, but after one of the 4 students told another student about the story, the other student said the incident should be reported as soon as possible. That is according to that letter we just showed you there from the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty. Now, under federal law, the incident should have been reported to the Title IX coordinator, who should have then contacted the girls, offered supportive measures, and provided them an opportunity to file an official complaint. Under the school's guidance document, males may still use the girls' locker room and may do so without any regard for the privacy or comfort of female students. School administrators are evaluating each incident on a case-by-case basis, but what if there is no such request from a biological male to use a girl's locker room? Is permission required every single time? And what about those minor girls who were present? Now the Sun Prairie Schools is responding to the claim. They issued this statement saying, quote, unfortunately, what is playing out in the media is based on assumptions about this incident that are simply untrue. We spoke about this week with Chrissy Clark. She is a reporter for the Daily Caller and also a Newsmax contributor. We also welcomed in PragerU personality and host of Unapologetic Live, Amala Epunobi. Amala, first to you, this sounds a lot like the situation in Loudoun County, Virginia, where first the school board denied it. They actually covered it up to the point where the student was placed in another school and it happened a second time. This was actually the girl's father who was detained at a school board meeting in Loudoun County, Virginia, after he first raised the issue. What is your read on this story? The one in Wisconsin?
I mean, people are going to look Yeah, they're going to look into this, and they're hopefully going to be shocked and horrified by what happened to these 4 girls if the story is true here. But you'll find in looking into this story that this is happening in more than just that locker room. We've had Riley Gaines, the NCAA swimmer, talk about Leah Thomas exposing himself to the girls in their locker room. We have the story out of YMCA of an indecent exposure. Here in LA, we have a story at We Spa of a biological man, going into the women's facility at the spa and exposing himself to women and children there. So this is going to continue happening if we don't stand up for women and start to talk and have a real conversation about how this is not okay. We used to empower women all throughout the Me Too movement to talk about incidents of sexual assault or indecent exposure. Now we are ignoring them.
Right.
And stand up for children. I mean, these are young girls. Imagine being a freshman and someone just coming in and undressing. I can't even imagine going back to my high school days that this wouldn't be, police wouldn't have been there at the scene. It's just, they're trying, progressives and the radical left, Chrissy, are trying to normalize this, that the trans people are the ones under attack. And then we hear more and more about these stories that the media does not want to cover.
Well, the trans people genuinely gender dysphoric people get lumped in with psychopaths that undergo and do this stuff to young girls. I mean, talk to any gender dysphoric expert, and they will tell you that the dysphoria that an actual gender dysphoric individual experiences would not lead them to expose themselves in front of women. They want to pass as women, therefore they would not expose themselves to young girls. That would cause their dysphoria to heighten. Therefore, they would not engage in that. What's happening right now is that we think that a rule of transgenders being allowed to come into women's spaces will just be transgender people coming into women's spaces, but that's not what's happening. There are so many more exceptions to that rule that the exception is now the rule. The exception is biological men coming into women's spaces and terrorizing young girls, and that is now the rule, not the exception. And yet we can't have a conversation because the T activists, I will not lump in LGB with those people, the T activists are out there trying to claim that these non-gender dysphoric crazy people are the same thing as actual trans exceptions to that rule.
Those are all,
that the exception
those are
is
all
now
great
the rule.
points. We only have about a minute left real quick, but since we had you both here, wanted to check in with you guys on the breaking news. Tucker Carlson out at Fox News. Chrissy, first to you, and then to you, Amala, for your reaction.
Well, as an employee at Tucker Carlson founded news organization, I'm just really hoping he comes back to work for the Caller. And so one girl can hope, right?
Yeah, the Daily Caller, that's still a potential landing spot for Tucker. What do you think, Amala?
I don't think he's going to have any trouble finding an audience wherever he lands. It might be somewhere independent. I also saw Jeremy Boring of the Daily Wire saying he would hop on the opportunity to hire Tucker. So I think Fox News is the one with the real loss here. Tucker's got a lot to gain.
Yeah, it looks like their stock price today took a little bit of a hit as well on the announcement that Tucker Carlson was leaving. Ladies, great to see you both, and wish we had more time to talk to you, but we'll definitely have you back to follow up. Take care. That'll do it for this edition of In Depth from all of us here at Newsmax. Have a great weekend and stay safe.
All right, so here's what's really pissing me off. So this whole thing was about a transgender. There's a little thing about Tucker and Fox News and all that. But we already went over that. But this transgender shit's really on my nerves. And look at, I don't care who you are. If you have a sane mind, you should be outraged against this too. Leah Thomas, right? This trans testicle swimmer. He thinks she's a girl. He's 6'4". 6'4". I don't know about you, but I don't know any other swimmers of the female gender that are 6'4". So he already got an advantage there. He comes out and he's slamming feminists, calling them misogynists and transphobes. First of all, nobody's afraid of you. Nobody. Nobody is afraid. Transphobe is a word that doesn't even exist. Okay? Nobody's afraid of you. You're stealing glory from real women, Leah, or whatever the hell your name is. That's all you're doing because you were ranked 544th in the world, or in college, under the men's title. Think about that. The 544th best male swimmer is now dominating female swimmers. And the mentally fucked up trans testicle that calls himself Leah is telling women, shut up, accept it. There's this dude, 6'4", telling women that they're wrong. Newsmax is back on, but we're going to get into this in a little bit.
Well, they call it revisionism, is the truth. Nearly 7 times more coverage than his own Fox colleagues. Yes, and inside the story, Greg Kelly reports Newsmax's flagship show provided the most promotion of any program with more than 37 minutes of coverage, a total exceeding what all of Carlson's Fox colleagues provided combined. I'm proud of that. And it's time for Speaker McCarthy to make the 40,000 hours of security camera footage available to the American people. I like that he gave it to Tucker. Tucker has it. It's our property, the American people. It's not just for one TV show. It's also time for Speaker McCarthy to take back this hideous statement.
One of the first things Marjorie Taylor Greene said from the oversight dais was that Ashley Babbitt was murdered. Do you think Ashley Babbitt was murdered, or do you think the police officer who shot her was doing his job?
I think the police officer did his job.
Absolutely not. No way. Ashley Babbitt, an unarmed woman who posed no threat to anybody, was shot and killed, and that's a cop doing his job. More on that in a moment. But January 6th as an issue is not new to this show. Since that very day, I was deeply, deeply suspicious. I was actually standing in my kitchen watching TV when this happened.
This is the United States of America, and we're watching protesters try to undermine the course of an election, a constitutional process, through force, by storming the United States Capitol.
Look at that. That is outside. Jake, I'm sorry to interrupt, but look at those pictures. Have you ever seen anything like that? I mean, these are protesters outside on the steps of the Capitol. They're physically in there.
Well, it's a fitting end to an era that has been characterized by lawlessness.
You notice anything? Because we had just gone through, a year of Black Lives Matter riots, and I didn't see what they said they saw. So watch this. We're going to turn the volume down and watch the same sequence. It does not match. It's not what they wish it to be. Notice anything? People standing. Why are they pretending that something is happening that's actually not visible to them at that time? Because they're trying to damage an entire movement. Yeah, there were some hairy moments on January 6th, but actually most of it didn't come out for days or even weeks. And this was the theme of the mainstream media coverage, pretending they were seeing things that actually weren't visible.
Basically taking over, storming the Capitol it's anarchy. It really is anarchy. And the president has encouraged this time and time again, and they are stopping the constitutional, peaceful transfer of power.
Anarchy. Anarchy, you heard her say that. Let's try that one more time with the sound off, please. Yeah, I think the word might be dissonance. There's a big gap between reality and what they're saying about reality, huh? It's amazing, isn't it? So the key to understanding January 6th, the protesters were not trying to stop the electoral count. The establishment, I firmly believe, wanted the protesters in the Capitol so they could stop the objections. The establishment wanted the objections stopped. Now, to stop the totally legal and constitutional proceedings under the Electoral Count Act of 1887. Do you remember this moment?
I, Paul Gosar from Arizona.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise up for myself and 60 of my colleagues to object to the counting of the electoral ballots from Arizona.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Now, Democrats were trying the same thing every election cycle since the year 2000, but they couldn't pull it off. You need a House member and a senator to do that, and they only had a House member. The Republicans were making progress, legal progress. So what did they do? Well, a woman was killed right outside that chamber, Ashley Babbitt. What kind of impact do you think that had on the objectors? It actually scared some of them. Take a look at this for a moment, please. 2:44 p.m. Can you go back to business as usual when you have a dead woman on your hands? No, some senators actually did get scared. Ashley Babbitt, what they did to her, this unarmed, innocent woman shot and killed that day. We can't pretend that's normal or justified or in any way not criminal. So, we have not been ignoring the January 6th story here at Newsmax. Actually, just about every day, we talk to these people who were deeply affected. People like Martha Chansley, you know, the horns guy who was, well, in the middle of all of this, but he never hurt anybody. He never broke anything, yet he's the face of the so-called falsely labeled insurrection. We've spoken to Martha Chansley, the mother of Jacob Chansley, the horns guy, about what a great guy his son is and how he's been so unfairly persecuted and over-prosecuted. How about Richard Barnett? He has been on this show multiple occasions. Do you recognize him? Well, you probably recognize this picture, Big O. Again, he didn't hurt anybody, he didn't break anything, and he was allowed to come in to the Capitol complex. How about Enrique Tarrio, at one point the head of the Proud Boys, falsely labeled a white supremacy organization? That is a total lie. Now he's on trial for seditious conspiracy, a total farce of a case, of a trial. Zuni Tarrio, his mother, has been on this show. I'm proud to have had all of these people. Joe McBride, a key lawyer who's been defending many January 6 defendants. Aaron Babbitt has become a friend, the widower of Ashley Babbitt, that woman who was so hideously taken from us. And Ashley Babbitt's mother, Mickey Withoff, a great woman who has such a story to tell. Then there's Ryan Kelly, who was a Republican seeking elected office in Michigan when he was arrested just for being at the Capitol on January 6th. Pam Hemphill, a 70-year-old woman who, again, did not break anything or hurt anybody, but was sent to jail for 60 days. We've also conducted interviews with January 6 prisoners while they're in prison, like Chris Worrell and Ryan Nichols. Again, these interviews conducted while they're in federal detention. It was my honor to talk to some of these people. They're amazing people, and they have been victimized. I believe they're political prisoners. And let me tell you something. When you're fighting for the truth, when you love the truth, when you crave it, you can't let anything stop you, not even men and women in uniform. Now, we support law enforcement, but somehow with the Capitol Police, who failed miserably that day, they seem to think that we, the people, work for them rather than the other way around. You know this guy?
Right now, one of those parties has a cancer, and we got to cut it out.
That doesn't sound remotely political, does it? Removing MAGA. That's what he's talking about. MAGA is a cancer in the Republican Party. Fanone. Totally political. By the way, he wasn't even supposed to be there on January 6th. Next.
The indifference shown to my colleagues is disgraceful.
Actually, the conduct that you've been displaying, that's what's been disgraceful, Michael Fanone. And here he is talking about, well, his injuries. He's a hero. Just ask him.
What happened afterwards is much less vivid. I had been beaten unconscious and remained so for more than 4 minutes. I know that Jimmy helped to evacuate me from the building and drove me to MedStar Washington Hospital Center, despite suffering significant injuries himself. At the hospital, doctors told me that I had suffered a heart attack, and I was later diagnosed with a concussion, a traumatic brain injury, and post-traumatic stress disorder.
Wow, heart attack, traumatic brain injury. Did you hear that? I don't believe him. I don't believe his injuries were that severe. Take a look at him 9 days after January 6th. On duty, giving media interviews, complaining about MAGA. 9 days later. Do you think he went through everything he said? How about Officer Hodges, one of these other from the Metro Police?
The mob of terrorists were coordinating their efforts now, shouting heave, ho, as they synchronized, pushing their weight forward, crushing me further against the metal door frame. The man in front of me grabbed my baton that I still held in my hands, and in my current state, I was unable to retain my weapon. He bashed me in the head and face with it, rupturing my lip and adding additional injury to my skull. At this point, I knew I couldn't sustain much more damage and remain upright.
Wow, injury to the skull. 9 days later, he's available for media interviews. No sign whatsoever of injury. You know, I actually once suffered a traumatic brain injury myself. It's traumatic, and you don't show up like that for work, like that, giving interviews. No way. How about this character?
That prompted a torrent of racial epithets. One woman in a pink MAGA shirt yelled, "You hear that, guys? This voted for Joe Biden." Then the crowd, perhaps around 20 people, joined in screaming, "Boo! No one had ever called me a while wearing the uniform of a Capitol Police officer.
I don't believe him. I don't believe he was called the N-word that day, which is a horrible, horrible thing to hear, to say, and to be called, but I don't think it happened because, well, all the security camera footage, it's been 2 years now, we've had national hearings, and we only have his testimony that the N-word was uttered. I mean, really, all those people were there. It wasn't caught on tape anywhere, and when it comes to that was Harry Dunn, something tells me when it comes to issues of race, he just might have a chip on his shoulder, huh? Racist? Let's fight. I don't know if this was taken before or after January 6th, but that guy is a handful. Absolutely. A couple more things about this. The media, they love this line. I don't know who came up with it, some Democrats, some liberal journalists, but boy, they love it.
This was the most violent and destructive assault on the Capitol, breaching of the Capitol, since the War of 1812.
The U.S. Capitol suffered its worst security breach since the War of 1812.
Nobody's attacked Congress since 1812.
It was the worst attack on the Capitol since the War of 1812.
Most of them don't know who actually fought the War of 1812, if they knew anything whatsoever, if they weren't so lazy, if they weren't so dishonest. If they looked at their telephone and used Google, they would find that that's just not true about January 6th. Let's go through it. 1998, 2 police officers, Capitol Hill police officers, were shot and killed by a madman with a gun, deranged lunatic, and he wanted to kill cops. Detective John Gibson, Officer Jacob Chestnut. When their families hear all this about January 6th, I wonder how they feel. Let's see. How about in 1983, a bomb blew up right outside the United States Senate. In the 1950s, a Puerto Rican nationalist, I believe, opened fire and seriously wounded 5 members of Congress. All right, they were shot in the House of Representatives. Around World War I, another bomb went off inside the Capitol. But again, it's all about January 6th, right? Why do they lie about it so obviously? Any theories? Joe loves to tell ghost stories, right?
The defeated former president of the United States watched it all happen as he sat in the comfort of the private dining room next to the Oval Office. While he was doing that, brave law enforcement officer subject to the medieval hell for 3 hours, dripping in blood, surrounded by carnage, face to face with crazed mob that believed the lies of a defeated president.
Dripping in blood, surrounded by carnage. He would be a good guy to work in one of those haunted houses around Halloween, telling these ghost stories. Why? Well, they want it to be so significant, they don't want us talking about the election ever again, right? Just talk about January 6th. January 6th takes the election off the table, and they can do all kinds of things with the freedom of speech.
I condemn Mr. Carlson for siding with the enemies of democracy. I strongly condemn Speaker McCarthy's actions and fiercely oppose his decision to share this footage with Carlson. I urge Fox News to order Carlson to cease propagating the big lie on his network and to level with their viewers about the truth behind the efforts to mislead the public. Conduct like theirs is just asking for another January 6th.
That's the key right there. If you do anything, if you step out of line, oh, you're inciting violence, right? May I see the horns guy walking around the Capitol one more time? So doing a show about this unquestionably, inarguably, this is newsworthy footage. This is a threat to democracy. Of course it's not. Their rhetoric, their talking that way is a threat to democracy. So back to Tucker Carlson for a moment. Look, big things are in store. Absolutely. And he just might be president of the United States. Not in 2024, maybe vice president. Stay tuned. It's real. Something big is going to happen. I'll be right back.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency.
Well, you saw it. There they are again, talking about January 6th. Oh, January 6th, it was so fucking bad. Shut the fuck up. You ain't seen an insurrection, and believe me when I tell you, 95% of this nation does not want to see a real insurrection, because it'd be bad. Anyway, I just want to get... Oh, cool. All right. I just want to get back to something. This stupid fucking vice president, former vice president that we have, Joe Biden, he was asked by a group of kids, what was the last country you visited? The old fuck couldn't even fucking figure it out. He couldn't remember a week ago that he was in Ireland with his son Hunter, who, sorry about the phone, guys, who is, you know, wanted for some child support issues down in Arkansas. Arkansas judge wants his financials. He's hiding out, sending his lawyer to do all the talking and testimony. Finally, that judge in Arkansas said, no, you're coming. You're testifying. You're showing the financials. So what does he do? He hops a plane, flies off to Ireland with his father just to avoid getting caught. Now he's hiding in the White House. Still, I just want to know, did he pay his own way when he went to Ireland? You know, like they always bitched about Trump's kids. Did Hunter pay his own way over there? And the other thing about Hunter, we all know he has this kid. It's been proven, DNA testing. The kid is his from the stripper or pole dancer or exotic dancer, wherever you like to call her, in Arkansas. Why doesn't Joe Biden acknowledge that he has another grandbaby? Is he ashamed of that grandbaby? Like why? Like, I don't understand it. Okay, your crackhead son went around, fucked around with a pole dancer, exotic dancer, stripper, hooker, whatever she was, and I'm not degrading her at all. I'm just saying that he goes ahead and messes around and has a kid, and the former vice president of the United States, Joe Biden, won't even acknowledge that he has that grandbaby. That's sick. No wonder his lowest approval rating right now, ever, so far, they say is 37%. Personally, if I find 37 people out of 100 that give Joe Biden an approval, then half of those people are lying and the other half are just plain old fucking stupid. Newsmax is back on. Let's cut back to it.
Completely unjustified. She left behind her mother and her husband, Aaron Babbitt, great couple. And Aaron Babbitt has become a good friend of Newsmax. And Aaron, welcome back to Newsmax. We'd like an update, but first I'd like to share with you, President Trump knows your case very, very well. We spoke about it yesterday. How are you, first of all?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. It was a fantastic interview yesterday, by the way, but it was great to hear him talk about Ashley again. We can get to that.
You know, what is that? It's just amazing, you know, that he is not forgetting. And to hear him say your wife's name, it must be awesome for you. And let's go ahead and play it for everybody who might have missed it. All right, here we go.
You know, we have very strong people in this country, and they've been sitting back and watching. They've been watching. They've watched that whole situation at the Capitol. They didn't walk in with guns. They shot Ashley Babbitt. That officer, bad things should happen to him. He shot her, and she was totally defenseless. She was like an American patriot. You look at her, everything online, the flag and the whole thing. She was an American patriot. They shot her, and nothing happened to him. If that were the other way around, there would have been hell to pay. But the people of this country just aren't going to take it anymore. They cannot take it anymore.
I believe they gave the shooter a medal. She wasn't hurting anybody. She wasn't breaking anything.
You know, the entire culture, the media culture, the political class, they've turned their back on Ashley Babbitt. But the most important, possibly the most important person on the planet is not forgetting. I mean, your thoughts when you hear these things? Well, tell me more if you don't mind.
I mean, that one last night hit a little bit different. It was a sit-down interview, and he invoked her name on his own. You know, he's said it a bunch of times at rallies before. I've had the opportunity to thank him personally on the phone, you know, for doing so. I know he watched your show, so if you're watching tonight, Mr. President, thank you again. My sincere gratitude. I truly appreciate it.
So if you don't mind, Aaron, you've been contemplating, or a lawsuit has been in the works for a long time. And these things do take time. They take money, oh, by the way. What is the latest? What can you tell us? How is that progressing?
It's the same as, you know, it's been for the past year now. I mean, I have a great team around me, but there's no time frame and no timetable on anything right now.
If people want to get involved, is there still a way for them to do so?
Not at the moment.
Understood.
Not at the moment. But I will definitely pass that on when it comes time.
Please do. And I'd like to remind everybody that, as I told the president, she didn't break anything, she didn't hurt anybody, and here we have her walking around, yes, like a tourist, like a tourist. There is absolutely no evidence that she broke into the Capitol. She probably walked in with thousands of others, and there she is, staying within the line. And then I would like to ask you, if you can share with me, great. If you can, I understand. But those three officers, those three police officers who were guarding the, I guess, the area outside the House of Representatives, and everything is kind of fine. Let's turn up the volume for a moment. The officers are just standing there. They just walked away, and you're about to see the gun. And you saw Ashley for a moment. She's not, and you see the gentleman's gun. Now let's stop it right there, if you don't mind. There's no explanation for them just walking away like that I can determine why they let the crowd get so out of hand. Is there anything you can share? Because you're investigators, and I know you've been studying this.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Greg, I have a lot of information in my head that I would love to get out. But specifically on these three guys, I have no idea why they walked away. I mean, if I could get in their head, if I was there, God willing, but I don't know why they did that. That's going to be for them to explain.
So we can turn that down now, if you don't mind. Look, Tucker did a lot for your cause in the memory of Ashley. The documentary you put together was something else. What are your thoughts that Tucker is no longer at Fox News?
I learned it was like the second or third time that I booked with Tucker's show, and they kept telling me, keep it exclusive. I didn't really understand what that meant, but they would tell me, like, if somebody else in the network calls, don't go on with them. And it was like the second or third time that I realized Nobody from Fox News has ever called me other than Tucker. So I have to say it's a cross between him actually caring and then, like I said, him having the clout to tell his executives that I'm going to do this anyway, because he's really been the only one that has taken on January 6th. Everybody else is trying to push away from President Trump, push January 6th completely out of the view. We still got guys sitting in jail, Greg, on pre-trial detention. Over 2.5 years now, nonviolent crimes. Yeah. And, Fox News doesn't want to cover it. God bless Newsmax, all of you, because I have a completely different experience with Newsmax.
So appreciate it, Aaron. And look, we're here for you, as you know, and we've had you on many times, and to be continued for sure. We appreciate what Tucker did for the cause, but we'll continue. Many thanks, Aaron.
Yes,
stay in touch, and we'll be back. Thank you, sir.
Greta Van Susteren is back. She's on News.
All right, so yeah, that's more January 6th coverage from Greg Kelly on Newsmax, and yeah, that's fine. I just don't want to really get into January 6th right now because all it's doing is giving the fake narrative more fuel. Because there's still stupid people out there that believe it. Like it was really an insurrection. It was not. I'm sorry to tell you, little loons, but it wasn't. What I do want to talk about is some news that came out. Susan Rice. Some of you remember her from the Barack Obama administration. Anyway, she's also, it's weird because everybody that was in the Obama administration is in the Biden administration, right? So Susan Rice was in some kind of director role in the White House, this administration. She just resigned. Now, mark my words here for a second. Susan Rice is going to run against Joe Biden for president. Might sound crazy, but keep your eye on that. Susan Rice going to run for president against Joe Biden. So you got Susan Rice, that Marianna Williamson, she's a frickin' loon, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I would give Kennedy a shot, and I'm not trying to pick on him at all. I'm just stating a fact that I think he loses voters because of his voice impediment. And it's not like a John Fetterman impediment. It's like a real vocal cord impediment. It's like a froggy, throaty, scratchy voice. Of course, it's much better than what we got now. The mashed potato hit in there with, can't remember where he was last week, what country he was in, but I digress on that. So back to the January 6th that Newsmax was just talking about. Like Ashley Babbitt was actually trying to stop the people in front of her from breaking the windows. So she gets shot in the neck by a cop. She's unarmed. She's trying to stop people from breaking in. She's not in the front line. She's a government employee, law enforcement, DEA, I believe, maybe, or was, and she gets shot in the neck by a Capitol police officer who gets a medal for that. Newsmax is back on. Right back to it.
Trump, right? They thought it would hurt him. They thought this is going to take him out. Well, it only made him stronger. Funny how often it works out that way. Now, I see the hand of God, quite frankly. God can turn any situation, no matter how bad, into something magnificent. Now, there is free will, but God is in control of everything, I believe. Now, how do you think Tucker's enemies feel about his social media numbers? He doesn't need any Fox News network. Take a look. 50, what? That's gone up since just a little while. 57.8 million. Wow. Look, the government was leaning very hard on Fox, on Rupert Murdoch, the owner of the company, after Tucker's reporting of January 6th. And for you Fox fans or former Fox fans, you have to understand this about billionaires like Rupert Murdoch. They're jealous. They're jealous of other billionaires and really jealous of Trump. Jealousy is a huge factor in business and political life. It hardly ever gets talked about. Yeah, jealousy. Because this is a little bit about what Rupert Murdoch thinks of Donald John Trump. In public and behind the scenes, he's always bad-mouthing him. When is Donald Trump going to stop embarrassing his friends, let alone the whole country? And it's been worse behind the scenes. Oh, he's going to be irrelevant. You know, he's been predicting the demise of Trump for a long time, and he's always wrong. And he's always bringing on people like, well, never Trumpers, like Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan is on the board of News Corp. And about a year ago, Paul Ryan offered his political genius. You know, he gets paid about $100,000 a pop for stuff like this.
I think Trump's unelectability will be palpable by then. We all know that he will lose, or let me put it this way. We all know that he's so much more likely to lose the White House than anybody else running for president on our side of the aisle. So why would we want to go with that? So the only reason he stays where he is because everybody's afraid of him.
You might be. I guess you're speaking for yourself. Paul Ryan doesn't understand America. He doesn't understand MAGA. He doesn't understand Trump. And by the way, what does he do? What is technically his job? Because he's got a bunch. He's not just on the board over there at News Corp. His job is, on his Twitter page, this is what it says: Office of the 54th Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. That's kind of funny because now we're on the 56th speaker, but he goes around, he's the 50, he left Congress 7 years ago, but he's still that? You know how it works, right? You sell it, and you sell out. All right, now back to Fox News. The sins of Fox News. Not just getting rid of Tucker, all right? I think it calls for a recap here. Remember when they called Arizona at like 7 at night on election night? That impacted history. And I do believe that the bosses upstairs wanted that. How about the phony story that Trump was cracking jokes about military war heroes in a cemetery? Totally untrue. The Atlantic, the original story, no sources, no on-the-record sources, and look at what Fox News did. The cheapest trick in the book.
My sources include two senior former Trump administration officials who were on the trip to France where these remarks allegedly were made. They confirmed key parts of the Atlantic article and certainly described a pattern of behavior by the president in describing war veterans and wounded warriors that coincides with the description in the Atlantic article.
Kind of couching her language there a little bit. Coincides, key points, general patterns. This is fake news. This is the swamp for you. And remember, what was it? The January 6th stuff and Cassidy Hutchinson. Do you remember her? It seems like ancient history now. This was somebody who worked in the Trump White House and said, well, Tony told me something Bill said, and Bill saw Harry with Trump, and crazy stuff, crazy stuff. I was making fun of it on Twitter, everywhere else. Nobody believed it except Fox News.
This testimony was very compelling from beginning to end. She obviously had access to all of the players. What was so compelling, I think, is how it was laid out. We always point out that there's not a pushback, and it would have been great to hear Jim Jordan or some congressman say some other angle to this, but the testimony in and of itself is really, really powerful.
You need Jim Jordan to tell you what hearsay evidence is, right? Cassidy heard from Tony, who heard from some guy named Bobby that this happened. Hearsay evidence. Jim Jordan, you got to get that guy to do your homework. It was ludicrous. I was making fun of it in real time on Twitter and on this network. What else has Fox done? Well, you can't find Trump on it, all right? He's essentially been banished. They never cover Trump anymore. That's really something. But maybe the worst thing they did was unleashing Wallace, Chris Wallace, letting him do, well, the boss's dirty work at the 2020 debate. Have you ever seen this all put together? You know, Joe Biden had real vulnerabilities, right? The laptop, everything. I mean, it's huge. What happened?
I'm going to ask a question about race. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. And my question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first. All right. I want to return to the question of race. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country? President Trump, I'd like to continue with the issue of race. I promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir? What is radical,
and he would know.
What is radical
totally
about racial sensitivity training, sir?
Nobody's doing it. And it went on like this, all right? All about race, always interrupting, playing interference for Joe Biden. It's crazy. And look, the guy needed to be fired as soon as he walked off the stage. Instead, what happened to him? What happened to Chris Wallace when he walked off the stage? Well, Mr. Wallace flew home from Cleveland at an airport there on a private jet. He accepted a glass of champagne from Lachlan Murdoch and Suzanne Scott, the people in charge of Fox News. Isn't that wild, huh? Because they really don't care about the country. They've got enough money. They're set. It doesn't matter if there's anarchy. It doesn't matter if there's transgender people trying to seduce children. They're in the party. The party. Not the Democrat Party, not the Republican Party. The party, right? They're on the list. And they always will be. The rest of us, we have to deal with all this stuff. Here's another reason why you should say bye-bye to Fox News. They're just terrible at what they do. Do you remember when Donald Trump declared for president in 2015? I mean, everybody was so dismissive of him. Not only at Fox, I mean, everywhere. They just thought this was they thought it was a great big joke. Remember?
Do not underestimate the Castro-esque absurdity of what we just endured. I mean, this was basically a speech that was 50% how rich and successful and that Donald Trump was.
I don't know where to begin. That went on and on and on, typical Trump fashion. He never really knows when to make the early exit.
Kept fact-checkers very busy and, of course, provided plenty of fodder for America's late-night comedians. But they aren't the only people treating Trump's run as a joke. The consensus among political observers has been that while his candidacy is great entertainment, it's terrible for politics.
All right, so I was actually there. I took the trouble to actually go to the speech. There I am, and about 5 rows back. Okay, that's my head. I recognize my hairline. And somebody came up to me right after the speech, and they asked me what I thought, and I told them.
I think he might be a game changer in this race. Listen to that speech. It's going to go over well in certain precincts in Iowa, New Hampshire. This is a big deal. This is not a joke.
I'm proud of that as well. And it's not because I'm smart. It's not because I like politics or anything like that. Actually, it's because of the United States military. Thankfully, I joined the military, and I spent 9 years after college in the Marine Corps, living all over the country and actually going all over the world. It was a great experience. People say, thank you for your service. I thank America. It was so great. I got to know America. I didn't hang around with media people. And media people are some of the strangest, weirdest, totally obsessed, self-obsessed. I don't get them. I never will. They have, deep down, their families love them, and everybody's a child of God, but they are very weird. Anyway, that's a little bit about what happens here on The Greg Kelly Show. I'll be right back.
All right, so how this started off was Paul Ryan. I don't know if anybody remembers Paul Ryan or not, but Paul Ryan was the Speaker of the House, and then he teamed up with that rhino Mormon guy, Mitt Romney, and wanted to go against President Obama in an election. So, a little background on Paul Ryan there. He was the Speaker of the House. Like I said, he was running for Vice President. He also now is a board member of News Corp, which is Fox News, okay? And there's a clip out there of him talking how Trump is unelectable and Trump can't get it done, and we got to push for DeSantis. And so that's how you know Fox is in the bed with DeSantis. Paul Ryan's pushing that agenda. But Trump being unelectable, let me just rewind Romney-Ryan against Obama-Biden. And who won that matchup? It was Obama and Biden. Not Romney and Ryan. But Ryan's out there calling Trump unelectable. You get that? Someone who can't win is telling us plebes that President Trump got the most votes in history is unelectable. And no, I'm not counting the former vice president's fake count of 81 million, because that didn't happen. No. So that's that. Right now we're watching Greg Kelly this week on Newsmax. After this is over, we'll be ending the stream. Thank you, everybody. If you haven't so far, whether you're on YouTube or Rumble or Twitch, do me a favor and hit that follow button. It means a lot in the little algorithms, especially on YouTube, where yeah, they just love to block any kind of conservative speech or anything that doesn't align with their values or unvalues, we'll call them. Like the video, you know, keep it around. I'm going to try and stream this every day, do a live thing in Newsmax, because I believe Newsmax is the next Fox News. Fox News is going down, Newsmax is going up. OAN has too many repeats, but Real America's Voice, I might do that one later. We might do some Real America's Voice. That's a nice channel to watch. I like that one. They got some good programming on there, too. And I canceled my Fox Nation subscription. Big news for me. Because fuck them. That's why. Fuck Paul Ryan. Fuck the rhinos. We're back to Newsmax. Here we go.
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing. This is a left-wing problem.
Stand back and stand by. You know what? It was the perfect thing for President Trump to say. He didn't take the bait, because the Proud Boys are not white supremacists. It's one of the great big media lies. Enrique Tarrio, the head of the Proud Boys, there he is, happens to be black and Cuban, all right? Afro-Cuban, actually, is what they call it. And his trial, you know, he's been on trial for some time. They're trying to put him away for decades, potentially. Cara Castronova is the co-host of Wise Guys with John Tobacco. She's an American champion boxer and founder of Citizens Against Political Persecution, and she's doing an amazing job highlighting the plight of the January 6ers, and nobody knows more about it than she does. Cara, welcome back. How are you?
I'm good, Greg. How are you?
Terrific. So do me a favor, and you know, this has not been receiving enough attention from the mainstream media, and sometimes they drive the entire agenda. So this trial, I understand the prosecution has rested and it's in the hands of the jury. Can you bring us up to speed, please?
Sure. So this week with closing statements in the Proud Boys trial, which has gone on for about 4 months now, since December, when they had jury selection. Yesterday and today, the closing statements happened. The government presented their case, which was very weak. They did not meet their burden of proof, as far as I'm concerned, and any reasonable person that was in the courtroom this week. The Proud Boys literally did not plan to go into the building on January 6th, and that was proven with exculpatory evidence through witness after witness after witness after witness. So if this jury comes back with a guilty verdict, it's because the jury in Washington, D.C. is completely biased. Supposedly 92% of them voted for Joe Biden. So it's a very biased jury. The judge is very, as far as I'm concerned, biased as well, and should have recused himself, but unfortunately he did not. So we're waiting for the jury to come back with a decision. And the longer it takes, the better. If they come back tomorrow with the decision, that's probably not going to be good, Greg. But if they take a few days, then I think that they have a shot of at least not being found guilty of seditious conspiracy.
So, Enrique Tarrio, what's the most serious charge that he's facing?
He's facing seditious conspiracy, which is a really serious charge. It dates back to the Civil War. It's very hard to prove, especially if it's not actually a charge that wound up working. So that nobody took over the Capitol that day. There was no insurrection, so it's very hard to prove. And I don't think there's been many people in history that have actually been charged and found guilty of seditious conspiracy, minus the Oath Keepers. Now, a couple of Oath Keepers were actually found guilty of seditious conspiracy. And as we're speaking right now, Enrique Tarrio is actually on a Twitter space speaking out for the first time because he didn't take the stand. So he's speaking out on a Twitter space right now. So that's what's going on right now. He's been silenced for a year. He's been in solitary confinement in a very, very tiny cell, really been isolated from the world. You know, he doesn't even really look that tan anymore. He likes to say now he's white because he hasn't seen sunlight in over a year. So this is the way that they're treating political prisoners in America right now, pretrial detainees. He's considered a very, very dangerous prisoner. Every time he walks through the floor, they have to clear the whole jail. That's how dangerous he's considered when they have murderers in there. They have rapists. They have bombers in this jail. But when Enrique Tarrio walks through the floor, they have to clear the whole jail. It's crazy.
They got to keep the January 6th myth going, right? So they can hold it over everybody's head and they can control political dialogue in America. That's how it strikes me. By the way, there may have been more FBI agents there than Proud Boys, right? I mean, they were all over the place, correct?
That's something I want to talk about. Yes, there was over a dozen FBI agents listed on the witness list, more than Proud Boys that are on trial. The craziest thing about the whole trial is that the government refused to bring a single one of their confidential human sources to the stand. So the government didn't want to bring their own witnesses to the stand because witness after witness swore to the FBI that the Proud Boys did nothing wrong. There was no plan to go inside the Capitol. So the government actually tried to block the defense. The defense fought to bring these confidential human sources to the stand. And that really doesn't happen in a federal trial. Usually it's the federal government that's trying to bring their own witnesses. In this case, they were blocking their own witnesses.
You know, I was so skeptical when I finally met the leader of the Proud Boys, and again, the white supremacist was black. I mean, give me a break, all right? And they put him in jail for burning a Black Lives Matter flag. They actually put him in jail for that. If only it was an American flag. I don't believe the government's case at all. And I'm so glad that you've been covering this. Kara Castronova, to be continued. I'm hoping for the best. We'll see you soon, and I'll be right back.
We love being outside, but the sun makes
All right, so our Newsmax programming is almost over. If you liked it, let me know in the comments. Again, this Greg Kelly was all about the January 6th shit, which I really don't want to give a lot of credit to, because we all know that oh, what the hell was it? That committee with that cunt Liz Cheney. Sorry about that. You know, we all know that was a farce. We all know that nobody, you know, not nobody. There were some people there, and if they did damage to the House, to the halls of Congress, yes, they should get in jail. But they shouldn't sit there for 2.5 years without any representation, without going to trial or anything like that, which is bullshit. You have the right to a fair and speedy trial, and they're not getting it. And for what? Trespassing? Come on. Especially that Enrique del Toro, or whatever the hell his name is, the leader of the Proud Boys. Guy's black and Cuban, but they label him as a white supremacist. How that happens, I don't understand that. So if anybody can please, 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 please inform me how that's possible, that man's a white supremacist, let me know in the comments. Ugh. Again, if you're watching on Twitch, Rumble, YouTube, do me a favor, like the video. Doesn't cost anything. Subscribe to it. Hit the bell note. Excuse me, got the hiccups again. Hit them bell notifications when we go live again. You can see the next show. It doesn't cost you anything. I don't want you guys to spend money. I just want my word to get out there a little bit. More people to see us. Thank you guys for stopping in. We'll come back at the end and give a quick wrap up after Greg Kelly reports is over, or Greg Kelly this week, I'm sorry. Again, Blackout Coffee. Probably the best coffee company that you could order from. They support your veterans. They give back to the community. And the coffee's great. crazycowboy.com/coffee. And when you get to the checkout, use coupon code COWBOY with a K. You can see that in the bottom of your ticker right there. For 15% off your first order, okay? Right now I'm drinking the 1776 K-Cups. It's a dark roast, not bitter, but it's good. Gives you a good old wump in the thump in the morning. I was drinking some blueberry crumble. It's a nice flavor, but it's a light roast. It's good at night, you know, if the caffeine content doesn't kick you off. They have K-Cups, ground coffee. What else? Coffee beans, tea, cocoa. Yeah, anything you need. It's a really good company. I support them because they support my values. Cowboy is going to be over here at Newsmax here in a little bit. All right. You guys enjoy your rest of your coverage of Newsmax, and we will see you next time. Hit those bell notifications on YouTube for when you know we go live again. All right. Be good, everybody.
Remember this, okay? Remember when they talk about Black Lives Matter and how beautiful and how peaceful the protests were. They were not, all right? And that's never, ever mentioned. All of this is glossed over. And meanwhile, what do they say about January 6th? The worst thing that ever happened, right? That these guys, that Big O Barnett, with his feet on Nancy Pelosi's desk, you know what I say? Big deal. I also say to the guy who was walking off with the podium, big deal. Probably shouldn't have taken it, but I mean, come on, all right? Come on. And what is up with Liz Cheney when she says this? She almost makes it sound like the next election is up to her and her alone.
And I think there's no question. I mean, a man as dangerous as Donald Trump can absolutely never be anywhere near the Oval Office ever again.
See, that's actually a dangerous statement, you know? She's wrong about Donald Trump, dangerous, but her statement, like, he can never get close to the Oval Office again. What if he gets more votes, right? She doesn't seem to allow for that. They're going to prevent that somehow, right? I am very disturbed by that. Oh, also this. Sometimes we're down on America, but remember, we have done some amazing things. This picture is 55 years old. Drop the banner if you don't mind. That was taken by Apollo 8 in December of 1968. Japan just managed to do the same thing 54 years later, 55 years later. But get this, they lost contact with the probe, and all the Japanese controllers are so glum because they couldn't maintain contact. But they're getting closer. Are we? I hope so. Fingers crossed. I'll be right back.
They will give their life to protect the most powerful man in
All right, I think that's about it for Newsmax. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will turn back right when Newsmax comes back on, just in case they have anything quick. I doubt they will. Just the end of a program. If you guys like this stream, let me know. I will definitely be putting it back up. Might try some Real American News next, just because that's a nice station too. Make sure you follow us on Twitter too. Twitter at The Crazy Cowboy. Got to put the "the" in there because, believe it or not, some knucklehead already had Crazy Cowboy with a K. Who's that? If you're out there, let me know. I want you to have that. That's mine. But thank you guys for tuning in. A little bit of likes, a little bit of follows, a little bit of subscribes, a little comment every now and then would be nice. Share it with your friends. Let people know where to watch these shows. I will be back. Might be back later on today with some Real America's Voice. I got to check their programming schedule and see what they got on. But for right now, we're going to try and run back over here to Newsmax. It's not on yet, but I'll just put myself in a little corner. And, all right, switch that up quick. Oh, thank you for the follow there. Thank you for the follow, up to 196 now. Good job, people. Thank you. Once Newsmax comes on, I'll give you the full screen. I'll take my ugly mug out of the picture frame. Or for right now, just so you know who's talking to you, it's me, the Crazy Cowboy. Going to be signing off here in a minute. Thank you for tuning in. Again, like, follow, subscribe. Don't forget the coffee. I'm telling you, you're not going to be disappointed in the coffee at all. The cowboy ain't going to lie to you about coffee. That's for shit sure. All right, y'all be good. Newsmax will be back in 10 seconds, it looks like. I don't know how y'all's weather is over there, but it's rainy, it's dreary. I'm staying home. Might even play a video game or two with my man, Mr. J. All right, come on, Newsmax, let's go. I wonder.
Long history. It really started to form all the way back in 1932 with the first term of FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It became a big monstrosity. There seems to be no stopping it. 50 plus years ago, they went after Nixon. Oh boy, the deep state had a lot to do with taking out Nixon. I'll have much more on that tomorrow. And in these final few moments, I'd like to tell you about my book. It's called Justice for All, How the Left is Wrong About Law Enforcement, available wherever books are sold. And the left, of course, is wrong about law enforcement, but I am actually able to spend some time about January 6th in this book and set the record straight. Actually, I may have to write another book, but I am so proud that Ashley Babbitt is mentioned in that book, and we speak the truth here on the TV show and also whenever I write on Twitter or in literature. Thank you for your support, and I'll be back here tomorrow.
We have breaking news to report. The terrorist mastermind behind the 2021 bombing that took the lives of 13 U.S. service members at the Kabul airport back in August of 2021 is dead. Senior U.S. officials confirmed the Taliban killed the ISIS-K leader, quote, in recent